Hello, hello. Peak is coming as Jesterling is claiming. Okay, it's a black screen. That's not great. Okay, let me test this. Like, scroll up as far as I can, see how what they can see. Like, hover over something else. See if a pop-up comes up. I guess I'm not logged in, so that's fine. They don't get login information. No pop-up is coming up. Let's hypothetically take a screenshot of Jester's little Fugi. Jesterling, yeah, okay. So it doesn't look like any of that showed up. So then if I am to go over to... Sorry you have to see this, by the way. If you're watching in the future, I would recommend skipping like just 5 minutes in. And then I'll start explaining the whole shenaniganry. Okay, so that does work. I have the little Jester Fugi in the bottom now. Perfect. It shows the screenshot, but it's a screenshot, so who cares? Okay, we're actually so set. It's so good. Oh my god, that's beautiful. Thank you. It really is peak. One second, I'm changing the thumbnail immediately. Okay. Here we go. Anyways, sorry for all the yap. Let's get right into this. I'm gonna type up something real quick. Goal 10 likes and 65 subs. I'm gonna pin that. I know it's not flamboyant, but that's fine. I'm not flamboyant. Soon, I'm gonna actually force Jester to draw me a like a real channel thing. That'll be soon, TM. I will probably need to grab food at some point, but I want to at least get into this before we start getting into there. So, here we go. Today I'm going to be ranking every single solitary 3.5 class that I can personally find. This includes both prestige classes and base classes. After all, it wouldn't really be an endurance stream if I was just ranking 12 base classes, even if we were to include NPC classes and everything like Oriental Adventure and everything like that. We'd still be only at like 30. That ain't fun. We're doing every single fucking prestige class ever. Now, you're probably gonna wonder, are you doing it based off your favorite, off of what's good? Because obviously, there's thousands of tier lists out there, or more likely, there are two that are widely accepted, tiering-wise, as these are just the best classes. These are the ones that are the greatest. Hello, X, spread the word. This is probably the highest effort stream I'm ever gonna do for like a month or two, anyways. Anyways, though. Long story made very short, I actually highly disagree with some of those readily available tiers. The reason being, I feel like they're not logic coded. You know, like I would no disrespect because the man is smarter than I could ever be. But you know, people like Please Break My Campaign, who are very famous within the 3.5 community, admits most DMs would probably not accept a handful of the cheese that is acceptable. So we're gonna be doing a more general tier list of what generally would be accepted at a table. What I feel like the majority of DMs would actually allow. So we're gonna logic code this. So it's gonna be based off of a handful of factors. Firstly, there's gonna be like a tier out of 5 points odd for flavor. How cool it is. How much you actually want to see it at your table or play it, ignoring the stats completely. Then there's going to be only 5 points available for its actual stats. How good it is. Then there's going to be a personal, like, experience tab sort of deal, where it's like I'd kind of give it, like, you know, an out of 5 points for... I actually have seen this, and I think it's crazier than what most people expect, because you can do this based off of whatever. we're kind of gonna just go from there. And if we are actually, yeah, there's an aura-based tiering, a power-based tiering, a personal experience-based tiering, so like kind of personal opinion. And then we're going to be under the assumption we're gonna try to get the most possible general things. Like the final tier for it is its general viability and availability. So like if it is only really good for a one level dip, it might get very good on everything else, but then be like put into B or C tier because like the class isn't really good. Its first levels are really good. So we're gonna go off of that, and then how I'm gonna be putting the pictures in is I'm going to be screen shotting and dragging in as we individually do it. We did this with the practice, so here we're gonna put Jess in the literally a weirdo category, which we're going from S to F. F is it's not any good. It's bad stat wise. You don't want to see it at your table. It's like a very like sixth tier, fifth tier sort of class. Not very effective. Um, Similarly, S tier is going to be like, wow, you love to see it. It's pretty powerful, but not disgusting. Everything like that. So we're going to have to, what I think the best way to start tier list is put things into the S, the F, and the C tier to best determine where the rest of the ranking is going to go because it makes it easier from that point on. So, firstly and foremostly, I really thought about what to put in the S tier first. I feel like it is pretty obvious at this point, though. We're gonna go. Do. Okay, it didn't work how I thought it would. One sec. Bam. Okay, that didn't quite go how I wanted it to. 1 second. I have to make sure it actually gets into the chosen file selection area. There you go. That was a wizard jump scare actually. That was wizard jump scare. So wizard is an obvious S tier. Well, the thing is, it is one of the most powerful classes, almost universally so. It is very powerful. You have a spell for every occasion, and most people will tell you, and I think this is the only one I can agree with. This is the only one that I can agree with the actual tier 0 classes. Because Wizard, all the alternative class features make it very powerful and incredibly versatile. Whether you're going for a small dip into Wizard or a long-term riding it out to level 20, it is a very good class. Because you can go and diversify further with the extreme specialist. You know, you can go into high specifications of it. You can go there's quite a lot you can do with it. It's very flavorful, very lore based. It's kind of the basic bitch. That's the only reason it would ever lose points. Incredibly powerful. Moving on. The clear S tier. We'll move on. Now then, we're gonna go for. Hmm. Wrong. This is the perfect time to introduce you to once again another one. Okay, so we're gonna hit them with the F tier. I should really get the thing that has their name so this is easier to determine later on. I might do that where it's just the word, but that's boring to look at. So all the base classes, because you can literally look these up on SRD, uh, you can. What's your chud? What do you mean it says I'm playing League of Legends? It says I don't have a game. But yeah, I'm in gaming, but it doesn't whatever entertainment. I don't have a game selected. But whatever. Oh yeah. Anyways, Scout. This one I'm gonna be pretty controversial. A pretty controversial opinion, I generally think. But I might move it up to D tier eventually. The problem, I just really think Scout is one of the worst classes in the game. I think like it has very little flavor comparatively. A lot of people do it because it's good, but I also feel like it's not DM proof at all. Because if you're using any alternative rule sets, getting a full attack off with skirmish on every single attack is really complicated. Meaning you're pretty much standard action merchant. I also think that the amount of skill points they get and health they get is kind of ridiculous. But they don't have a lot of like they don't have many knowledge skills. They only have like 3 knowledge skills. They also, because it's in a secondary book, don't get some of the bonus skills that are added on later. That would be necessary to actually spend. You're gonna run out of skill points. Is a big problem that you're gonna face a lot of the times. I think because at level 1, let's assume you have a an int score of 1. At level 1, you're gonna get 38 skill points and only be able to put 4 skill points in everything, and you only have 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. You only actually have 20 skills you can go into. Which means, if you have a high int score, let's say you actually want to be the skill monkey, so you put 4 points into it, you actually have 48 skill points. Which means you can put 2 into every single solitary skill that you get, and still have a couple left over, and still have 8 points left over. Which means, really, its only functionality, in my opinion, is as a skill monkey. It does get something every single level, so I can't really, I have convinced myself I'm pulling it up to D tier. Like, it gets enough that it's it can be very good, but honestly, I'm never excited to see them at the table. I always hear, it's gonna be so crazy. I need these 3 items, and then I actually can do a crazy amount. I can do 5 attacks. Yeah, weird-ass movement class. They're like, but it's always something like, yes, a circlet of translocation allows me to, as a swift action, move 10 feet, therefore triggering my effect. Therefore, I'm going to activate a racial ability. Beyond doing actual cheese and doing small dips, I think if you're going level 20 into Scout, it's just not great. I also think that the dip is not exciting. It doesn't give me any excitement. It's too limited. I don't think the flavor's there. So the personal opinion section, the personal experience section too, because if you are actually running a thing and your DM is handcrafting the item list in which you're getting, or you're running an adventure path in which none of the loot is randomized, where it's all, oh, this guy drops this. This can be found in here with a search check of XYZ. Your chances of getting the 3 items that you need to make the class work are 0. You're never getting them. And so at that point, I really just think it's a very garbage class without it. That said, if you are just allowed to buy anything you want, and it does have some interesting alternative class features, which is why I moved it up to D tier, because some of the things I was just talking about you get some pretty garbage skills, like some of them aren't very good. You can actually just replace them with the Skilled City Dweller. Skilled City Dweller actually makes this class, like, arguably a B tier. But the problem really does come down to, if you're that reliant on alternative class features should be extra sauce. It should help you to customize your character, make it feel better. And if there is, I'm probably going to take points off if it's just, oh, you need this one or you're cooked. And so there's some decent ones that I can accept, but yeah, it's just not my favorite. I might even move it up to C tier. We're moving up to C tier. It's the one I'm using for this, actually. Now then. Do 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 ba da ba da ba do 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 do. We're getting into okay, I'm gonna have to just take a screenshot of this one's name, that's fine. Real F tier. You know, like I said, I'm learning some of these as we're moving, so that's fine. Oh, that's did not copy well. The square image is not helping. Okay, you mean no crop this? Oh my god, that's okay. No crop is not the answer. Round image is not the answer. Portrait? No. Landscape. Okay. Yeah, so no, it's either very big. Do you think this will be do you think this will be better later? Do you think like this will do you think this will fix itself over time? What happened? Okay. Let me drag okay, no, yeah, 1 second. Let me try dragging another psychic roger, right? Will it even itself? We'll figure it out later. If worst comes to worst, we can just hit square image later, and it's not a big deal. Now, okay, for real now, we're into an F tier. The Ick. True. Also nerfs its ranged options. Not very good looking from just a look at the 5k. Yeah, it's kind of mid, because the thing is you need to be getting it off on your attack, and you need to be doing something like Dual Weapon Master to make it worth it. The AC buff, in comparison, makes it better than normal Rogue, but the fact that it has more requirements on an already underpowered ability, because Rogues really struggle to get sneak attacks at later levels. In fact, they struggle to get sneak attacks at early levels as well. So I feel like relying so heavily on that class feature, the blind sense is very nice, but if we're talking about, oh, I need 3 items to be good, you can just get, like, the mind sight feat and get better dark vision. Or better blind sight. You can also just get items, and they're pretty expensive, admittedly, that give you blind sight. So if we're talking about, oh, I need, like, 4 items to be good, I think it's just not a very logic-proofed class. Especially because there's so many things your DM can just say or do that just nerfs an already broken, like, an already, like, bad class, broken in terms of bad, to the ground. Like, it's pretty just garbage at that point, with what you're left over. You're eating from scraps. Yeah, which sucks because I hear a lot of people, you know, like, both Haida and Narshal are like, this class is pretty cool, you should try it. And I'm like, being a standard action merchant is not very good in a game where, inevitably, I don't like when the game just devolves into Rocket Tag at late levels. It's kind of inevitable that's going to happen with how many Saber dies there are and things like that, and the non-existence of things like Tenacity Die don't exist, and things like, you know, whatever the one thing called, oh, Legendary Resistances. Brain hurted there for a second. I just don't think it's a very good, I just don't think it's a very good, like, inevitable, like, thing. I think it's just, like, you have to be hitting a full attack, and you have to be hitting at least 3 or 4 to be comparable to a rogue. If you're a rogue who goes into assassin, your death attack is just actually going to annihilate somebody at the same level you would be as a scout if you don't get the special attack off. So it kind of is a bit balls. Okay, reason Psychic Rogue sucks, very similar. The thing is, I'm not ever excited to see this at the table, so it's already immediately a 1, because I know they're gonna suck. Like, it's just kind of the problem of, You're not as much of a skill monkey, a scout, or rogue, or anything else. You have a good list of skills, though. Your skills, unlike the previous one, are actually really good. You get some skills in forgery. That's really rare and can be hypothetically very effective. You get tumble by default. Very good. Use psionic device. Decent. Diplomacy, bluff, auto hypnosis is really OP and is, excuse me, so you're better at doing certain things. But at first level you get no power points. Meaning if you don't have bonus power points from being a high intelligence tier. Hey Web, I'm being pretty cool. Yeah, though, we're rating everything. This is probably gonna take 10 hours. I hope not, but it might. Yeah, though. Evasion at second level is good, but Rogue also just gets evasion at second level. Is the problem. There's no reason to play a Psychic Rogue over playing a Lurk, because Lurk is a pretty C-tier class. Thank you, Web, thank you. But yeah, Lurk is a pretty C-tier class. You know, the only time you ever really see it in any of my campaigns was Kip, which I think is a bad example of what it can do, because if you maintain psionic focus, you can do 46 at level 1 with Lurk. And you have the better psionic manifestations than a Psychic Rogue. So there's some trade-offs, but Psychic Rogue is just a really unnecessary class. It should have been an alternative class feature for Primary Rogue, or it should have been weaved into Lurk more. It's just kind of completely unnecessary at a major point. So, yeah, the manifestation list is also, it's okay. The side points are better than Lurk, I'm pretty sure. I'd have to check on that, to be honest with you, but, it is just, I think it's strictly speaking worse than Soul Knife. I think it's strictly speaking worse than Rogue, and I think it's strictly speaking worse than, uh, yeah, Soul Knife, Lurk, or their normal Rogue counterparts. Now that we've established what this is, I'm just going to go from alphabetical order in the list of the SRD for the 66 standard classes. Then I'm going to go into the prestige classes because these are more likely to have pictures, which means I can do pictures. Then I'm going to go into a big Google Drive that I have that has every class ever, minus only... Oh, you're right. Boom. Thanks, X. The skill check, or the skilled fact checking. Yeah, no, Lurk is just better in every way. Then, unironically, just play Lurk. My real answer. But yeah, I'm gonna go through the 66 base classes on Ultimate SRD because they're more likely to have it. Any that I am unaware of, I will read briefly on stream. Then I will go into the spellcasting classes Google Drive. It's been posted around in the different servers I'm in at certain points. While it is missing some, like the Dragonlance and Black Sun campaign setting, or not Black Sun, Dark Sun. That's something else. Anyways, campaign settings. It has most of the general ones, so that'll be an easy thing to go down over time and grab things from it. Then I'll start going individually into the Google Drives and the handful of Mongoose Publishing books that I actually own, as well as the Dark Sun campaign setting, to grab the classes from that. And once we get through that, I will see if anyone is saying, hey, guys, you missed this class, or whatever. And if they say that, I'll look into it. But that is pretty much, like I said, this is going to be 600 odd classes already, so let's get into it. Oh, this is the dark, okay, I got the wrong one for this one, that's fine though. We'll look into that later, what else? Okay, Barbarian. We're here for the Barbarian. Like I said, for all the base classes, I'm just going to use the pictures because they're easy enough to find and interpret at that point that I feel like it's gonna be fine. Any of the non-base ones, I'm gonna do this, and we're gonna hope that it gets better at some point. So, Barbarian is not as bad as you're thinking. I've heard many things. Only having one good save is somewhat offset by the fact that you get full base attack bonus. Illiteracy sucks, but the thing is, illiteracy is borderline a non-factor for the simple fact that you only have like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 skills to go into base. But you get 4 skill points per level. So I think if you're not playing the stereotypical brain-dead barbarian where you're at like -3 int, can never learn how to read 1 skill point per level, like even if you're at -1, you're still getting 3 skill points per level and only costs 2 to become literate. So like, and you get ×4 at level 1. It's a really, so most barbarians I feel aren't even starting campaign illiterate, or are doing it just for the memes at that point. The D12 hit die is crazy. They get improved uncanny dodge at level 5, which is pretty nice. They get trap sense, which also helps to offset their bad saves. They also get rage, which helps to offset their bad saves. The bonus to con and strength, like, it might not be as OP as just having all damage from 5e, but they just get damage reduction over time. Damage reduction all. So, you know, it's pretty nice. Fast movement is also pretty effective. Like, all their class features by default are very good, and it's probably one of the single best martial options in the game. Because, you know, if you aren't looking for the bonus feats that Fighter gives you, or the hyper-specific alternative class features of the Fighter, I really feel like Barbarian is just what a lot of people are going to take. You know, it's really hard to beat it, unironically. Mm. Oh, yeah, for sure. You also have access to things like, yeah, no, because like I said, it's also rage stacks not just with your barbarian, but every single class level. So a single level dip means it's just 40 bonus hit points at a certain point. It's yeah, no, it's always consistent no matter what you're achieving with it. That said, unfortunately, marshals just kind of suck in 3.5. At some point, if you're not a caster, you will fall off, and you're pretty item dependent, which is the same problem that Scout's having. But that said, it has multiple variant classes, as well as many alternative class features that kind of help you them a lot too. You know, substitution levels are also, like, some of them are pretty nice, unironically. Like, there's a bunch of different stuff. Like, for instance, Devil's Luck. You just don't gain damage reduction, but you do gain a luck bonus, which stacks with pretty much everything to all saving throws. Pretty much completely removing one of your weaknesses. So you know. There's also the Incarnum Barbarian, which is pretty good. I mean, it's exclusive to the Duskling Barbarian, but like level 1, unironically, also pretty nice. So it's effective no matter what you do. Very consistent. Alternative class features, like I said, it's not overly reliant on them, but it helps to add sauce. If you want to be better at saving throws, you're really sad about being kind of stuck where you are, and you're going 10 levels Barbarian, 10 levels of Prestige class, then unironically, the Devil's Luck is very, very effective. You're pretty much your own Paladin walking. They also have access to Skilled City Dweller, which replaces a lot of their nature-based skills with like more viable skills for a more generalized campaign. Very versatile, very good. I think it's probably one of the pinnacles of marshals that don't have maneuvers. White Raven is very overpowered because of how much it breaks the action economy in game. Uh, so like I think Barbarian is just very simply the pinnacle of marshals if they don't have access to White Raven. And remember, if we are talking items and other things like that, there is just a belt that makes it so you're good at White Raven techniques. And a feat you can take to get White Raven techniques. Which means, in some scenarios, a very optimized Barbarian is just going to be better than, like, a Warblade or a Crusader. Next in the alphabetical order, we got the Bard. This one's going to be kind of contentious as well. I do believe that this one might get me some slack. I think it's A tier. I'm going to go really quickly into this one. The reason being, it does everything. Most people say they're not good at anything, and it feels like even Mongoose Publishing's quintessential Bard class, like their whole TSR style splat book for Bard, claims that it doesn't really do much of anything. That while yes, they can sing for their supper and make tons of money in the cities, it kind of feels like dead weight when you're dragging them into the dungeon. Now, the reason it can't be S tier is it's not full class tier. And I'm gonna be like ranking things like Sublime Chord later in this list. So the thing is, it'd be disingenuous to say that the Bard is lower, when a lot of the best prestige classes in the game, one or two are probably gonna be an S tier, unironically. You require a Bard level. Like, for as far as one level dips go, it's crazy, especially if you take it at first level. The other thing is, despite requiring being chaotic in alignment, or non-lawful, you don't actually lose the class if you stop being that. Which means if we are allowing cheese in the DM, like, sphere of things, in theory you could take a level 1 of Bard as a lawful character, and then just never atone because you're just not ever allowed to take another Bard level, but you lose literally nothing. So that one level dip can let you get into Sublime Chord as a whatever. Or if you're a true neutral character, like you're only cut out of 3, and even then you might not even be cut out of 3. Their spell list is also insanely good for what it is. Their alternative class features are insane. Savage Bard is really good. Harbinger is really good. Divine Bard is god-awful. Literally worthless. Yeah, like, I would never take it, personally. But Lore Song is very good. It also, no matter what you do, it's one of those classes that you probably don't want to play it yourself in a lot of situations. But literally, the best thing you can do is, like, Bard is one of the best cohorts. You can just grab the leadership feat at level 6, run in, get a Bard as a cohort, because Bards can be very cheesy and very powerful. There's, like, a feat they can take that makes it so their bardic music does 1d4 damage per Bard level. You can also take a feat called Chaos Music to get 4 additional usages of Bardic Music. They have a lot of items tailored to them, so I really disagree. They also are very good at fear escalation. So in a game where you're fighting a lot of humanoids, fear escalation Harbinger is pretty crazy. They're one of the best summoners too, even better than Druid, because Savage Bard has access to Call Nature's Ally, which means they have access to Greenbound, and they have access to other Bard exclusive buffs. Meaning, unlike a Druid, you could have them go, I cast Summon Nature's Ally at level 4, and I summon, like, 4 Greenbound Crocodiles, very overpowered, and then they have Green Song, which lets their buffs, like, inspire competency, or inspire competency, or inspire courage. There's many a ways you can play two songs at once as a bard. Incredibly like good. So I mean, like you can have by the time you have the 4th level spell slot to achieve this, you can have inspire greatness, which is you play a little ditty on your song. Very cool, very cool. And it just gives your greenbound crocodiles extra fighting ability. Like it effectively gives them access to extra to extra hit die. Which means like you can just be like, inspire competency and inspire greatness all at once. Or inspire courage is the better one. But even at bare minimum, the moral bonus stacks with everything. And it's a moral bonus on saving throws against charm and fear. That part's useless. They're plants. Who cares? But to both attack and damage rolls. Which means, fundamentally, you're at a point where you're just like, cool, I equipped all my greenbound summons that are already OP for their level with +2 weapons. And that's like just very basic. And I know I said that if they heavily rely on alternative class features, I don't like them as much. The thing is, you can just go normal bard. Sure, you're not the best summoner in game, and sure, you're not the fear escalation wizard of all time. But still, normal bard is still a very good skill monkey. You have decent BAB. You have 2 good saves. You can buff your ally saves. And with a 1 level dip, you can summon the most overpowered item in existence. Your DM doesn't even have to give it to you. You don't even have to give it to them, because you can use Summon Instrument to summon a harmonica. And then I think the other cantrip is called Refine or something like that. And it turns it into a Masterwork harmonica, which is the single most broken item in the entire game. As it gives you for like 1d6 hours after a successful performance check, a +4 circumstantial bonus on pretty much all charisma checks that matter. Gather intel, diplomacy, bluff, disguise, doesn't matter. It also does the crazy effect of, on top of that +4 bonus, it gives you 1 rank higher. It makes their attitude towards you 1 rank higher, which means it's one of the rare ways you can get the rare fanatic level. You can build a cult at level 1 bard with a harmonica. Very strong. Even if your DM bans the harmonica, just get a loot. You're now a level 2 bard for the purposes of playing Inspire Courage. So, you know, not the best in the world, but there's still a lot of good options. The only thing that sucks is Countersong is fucking worthless. Actually garbage. So it does heavily require, like, yeah, you need, and you really need to, like, swap that one out. Because Countersong will never do anything for you. The chance of your DM throwing another bard against the party is very low. And the chance of them being a threat as a one-off entity, also very low. Anyways, also, Grobnar Gnome Hands from Neverwinter. Okay, this one. Next up. This one is not going to be nearly as much of a preamble. It's definitely higher than Bard. But it's, yeah, I don't think it's S tier. Cleric is better than Wizard in almost every way, so this is why it's going to be very contentious that it's not S tier. But the thing is, pretty much your DM has to never say no. I think you've been charmed literally a single time and just roleplayed and then didn't care. Like, I deadass think that's what happened. I think you're like, oh, okay, whatevs. There's always the Naruto, yep. Cleric time. So Cleric is just better than Wizard in every single possible way, so the fact that it's lower on the tier list is going to be very contentious. Reasoning is incredibly simple. clerics pretty much only get the runaround of being the best class in game, bar none, by DMs who are afraid to tell their players no. Excuse me. Domains are incredibly overpowered. Insanely overpowered. Many of them are just, yep, I become a cleric, I take a 1-level dip, I get access to 2 feats. So for instance, why it's so OP is, you can be starting the game as, let's say I'm playing a human. You get 1 feat at level 1, 1 bonus feat from being a human. Take 2 that don't really matter, like Merc Eye and Sparkles or whatever, or Fussy. Because if you're a cleric, you're not going to care about not being able to take potions, right? It's never going to come up. So the thing is, take 2 things, that gives you 2 bonus feats. Then if you take 2 domains that give you something, the planning domain gives you the extend spell feat for free. And then the war domain gives you, I believe, weapon focus. Which means at level 1, you can just hit, like, prerequisites for pretty much any prestige class that is easy to get into and doesn't require skill. And you get the bonus spells from domain, which is pretty good. This is a problem. In a very realistic campaign setting, right? Most of the most overpowered domains are not going to be available to you. If your DM has a homebrew world, and you come up and say, hey, does any god have both the planning and war domains? That one they might say yes on because those two are actually pretty similar. But if you're saying, hey, does someone have both the gluttony and planning domain simultaneously? The real answer should be no. That doesn't exist in Faerun. If you're playing Faerun campaign setting, if you're playing the major 5e like game, that doesn't exist. Gluttony is a hyper specific domain. That, like, if you're picking that, you're likely only doing it. Your best bet to cheese at that point would be Cloistered Cleric. Take Knowledge Devotion instead of Knowledge Domain. Take Gluttony as its one-off thing. And, like, you know, take Devotion to something else or something. So it's like, the thing is, there are some really good gods, though. Like being able to be lawful good Necromancer. Like, you know, lawful good necromancer is pretty good because you can be something like Bakab, who has in theory everything is within one tile, maybe sort of iffy. Or you could be like law or neutral good or whatever, and have both access to like the undeath and magic domains, which is pretty good. But like lore-wise, Cleric is a really hard class to get into. As overpowered as it is, the DM should be hand-holding you and limiting your power. Like, they shouldn't just say, oh, I'm taking these 2 domains, by the way. I'm taking Cloistered Cleric to get Knowledge Devotion on top of that, by the by. Stuff like that. So that's why it's lower. I just really, even though it is probably one of the best classes in the game, I think it's very logic gapped. Where, like, if your DM just says, hey, I'm not banning Cleric, that'd be stupid. It's one of the most played classes. It is, like, very, very based within the game. But, like, you're not getting dead levels. Cloistered Cleric is exclusively for gods that actually have Cloistered Clerics. And not just anyone can take it. It has to be, like, you know, Bakab or Ouijas or Mistra or whatever. You know, it has to be, like, an exclusive thing to one of them. Then, really, almost all the features should be banned. Like, realistically. And then unbanned after you pick a deity. And so it's still really powerful and arguably better than Wizard in a lot of situations. But it's not as free. And it makes you less excited because a lot of conversation. So it barely, it's always going to be the top of A tier, though. Nothing will ever, nothing should ever, like, pass it in the A tier. If it's not S tier, it cleric's higher than it. Okay, that was way longer of a tangent than I wanted to go. Druid. Okay, we're speedrunning Druid. Uh, I think as druid would be. I think in a similar way to cleric being the pinnacle of A tier, I think druid is the pinnacle of B tier. Druid is incredibly overpowered as well. It has spellcasting comparable in nature to a cleric, has access to greenbound, but as we just went over, you kind of need feats. You're always going to be feat starved as a druid. It it also has kind of bad skill proficiencies at a certain point. Also, it's heavily reliant on alternative class features once again. I could see me putting in the bottom of A tier. Because you could, like, there's some pretty good ones, like alternative animal companions, like you get up to pretty crazy stuff. Some pretty fun ones. Totem Druid is pretty fun. I think it's a very fun class, and I think you can do a lot with it, because you could just suddenly decide, hey guys, I'm gonna be a aberration horror of all destruction. Or you could go, hey, I'm actually really focused on, it's very good for Theurge builds. Also, you can never touch metal, or you go to gay baby jail forever. Very sad. You need 5th level spell slots, or you can't wear metal ever. You want those earrings? Depends how much of a. It's also exclusively you have to be somewhere on the neutral alignment, which means even though it's very good for Theurge builds, it can be really limiting. Because, like, for instance, you have to pretty much do one build. There's like one very silly build where you can effectively get like a combination of your druid animal companion and a paladin's mount. But there's really only one way to do that. Because if you're not doing like specific alternative class features, specific whatever, you're never getting that. So your best bet is like Arcane Hierophant, which allows you to combine your druid animal companion with your wizard familiar, which can be really overpowered. But like also at that point you're focused on your one guy. Unironically, just take like the one leadership feat that gives you an animal at that point. It's like Druid's very good, but it also is heavily nerfed by its weaknesses long term. But like I said, it's in a similar position to Cleric, where it is always going to be the best of B tier. If something's above it and it's not in the A tier, I'm doing it wrong. Also, unlike bards where you don't lose your druid abilities, uh, if you get a depressive episode as a druid, you lose all your druid abilities. If you teach your friends how to read druidic, you lose all your druid abilities. So like, it's bad. Its weaknesses are pretty effective. Yeah. Fighter, the Cheerio of classes. Part of a balanced breakfast and kind of really boring. My problem with the 3.5 fighter is sure, there's a lot of variant classes that make it kind of acceptable. A lot of alternative class features. But at the end of the day, it's all you get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 skill proficiencies and 2 skill points per level. Which means if you have a -1 to intelligence, you get 1 skill point per level. I believe, please let me break your campaign, or however, please let me wreck your campaign, however you say his name. The legendary min-max forum user had once said, if you cannot spare 2 skill points in a build, you shouldn't be building a character at all. And I believe, yeah, and like X said, all feats, 0 substance. You can, if you do some of the alt class features, it's pretty nice. I can't put it lower than the C tier, But, like, I really don't think, because you can trade 8th level feat for Armor of God. Pretty neat. The only thing it might be useful for, like, there's a lot of things, but it's like, you're taking Fighter because you want bonus feats, let's not lie. You're taking a 2-level dip because you want 2 added to whatever your BAB is. Let's say you're going into, like, one of them Armored Mage classes, of which there are many that say, you need a BAB of 4. If you go throughout Wizard, that's 8 levels of Wizard. Sometimes people don't want to do that. They want to go, okay, I'm a level 5 wizard, I just got my 3rd level spell slots, that's 1 requirement hit. But 3 levels, it's a 10 level class, I only have 2 levels to play around with at the end. Taking a 2 level dip into Fighter, and going into, like, Armored Mage, for 2 bonus feats, and 2 BAB, is worth it. There's a lot of situations where it's just always worth it to achieve that, so I think Fighters just C. Not lower, not higher. Now Monk. Monk's odd, man. Monk's really weird. A lot of people say it's the worst class, hands down. I don't see that, though. Like, I never see that. Whenever I see someone playing a Monk, I see it's incredibly rough in the early game. And it becomes a question of, can you hit level 15 before you die? Which, you know, that sucks when you're playing a character you actually like, and you're like, damn. It's a really hard choice, because I do agree. I've legitimately heard people say it's worse than Commoner. And there are some arguments for that, unironically. But there's also some pretty crazy things you can do, like getting to the point where your unarmed strike does something like, I believe it's 2d20 attack damage. Being good at all saves is also very nice. The bonus feats are very strong. Flurry of Blows eventually just kind of makes it so you attack forever. The alternative class features make it good. I think it's one of those things where it was once upon a time dead ass worse than Commoner, because you're never gonna make it to your Quivering Palm. But once you make it to your Quivering Palm, it's kind of over for a lot of people, you know? So, like, the other thing is you can't multi-class with it, because once you leave the Monk class, it stops, you can't go back into it without literally wasting a feat slot, so the bonus feats kind of cancel out. But, like, if you go, because I've seen one of the most powerful characters ever in my campaigns. Hello, Grandmaster Kurashi. Like, one of the most powerful characters to have ever lived was a level 20 monk who got to epic levels. And then they started off at level 3 monk. So they went through the trials and tribulation period. And you know, then again, though, Dr. Frederick has said he has to play Russell like a fighter in order to make it so that he's effective. And he is level 7 monk. So, the AC bonus is also very crap in this edition, because in 5e, it really gets buffed. Even in, like, Pathfinder, it really gets buffed. So, it's really hard. Because, you know, at level 20, you're immune to fall damage. You're gonna save all your saves 9 times out of 10. With, like, a 2 feet dip, you can get to 2d20 attack damage and attack 7 to 10 times in a turn. Pretty item dependent. Sometimes a Vow of Poverty can go kind of crazy. I'm sure there's a way to break it. It is probably a not very good class altogether. I think it's either the top of D, like the absolute pinnacle of D, or the absolute dog water of C. I'm gonna go with D, but I might move this later on. Because I don't know, there's a lot of really good ones. You know, like Broken One's pretty good. But, yeah, I don't know. The other thing is, a lot of their prestige classes are sick schnasty. Yeah, like their prestige classes are like really sick, but just playing one on its own is really bad sometimes. Because, like I said, you have to get to level 20, and a lot of campaigns just don't last that long. So I see why DMs will say, yeah, it's the worst class ever, worse than peasants. Because if your campaign is only meant to last from level 1 to level 8, the monk is just death fodder for 90% of that. And I get it. I'm honestly very tempted to put in literally a weirdo cannot be ranked because it's just not so nonsensical and has too many variables. But I think it's the like pinnacle of D, unironically. The paladin picture really is not very good. I don't like it. It doesn't scream paladin to me. You know, I don't hate it. Like the lady herself is like pretty nice looking, but like, you know, it doesn't scream paladin. She has like a holy symbol of Kord, I think, or Talos, on her like buckler, like her little armband, and she's not even wearing like full plate. Now then, they literally say in the SRD, the paladin's chief role in most groups is as a melee combatant, and a secondary role as a healer. No, this is the monk problem all over again. You kind of are just bad, I ain't gonna lie. It's not the worst in the world. It really isn't. You have a decent selection of skills, but not good. The diplomacy is nice. The divine grace is nice. Because if you have a crazy, you can buff your charisma save. So even though you only have one good save, being fortitude, the divine grace and your charisma bonus to all saving throws is crazy. Like you can easily, well, a lot of people don't understand. You can get a plus 11 to charisma if you are using the items. And you get legendary unarmored defense, which I think is like a yeah, no, it's pretty good. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Pathfinder's pretty effective. Uh, but like I said, in 3.5 it kind of does suck, sadly. Like it's really prestige class fodder. The AC is because you can buff your decks to really high at that point, so it's pretty good. Yeah, paladin. Lay on hands is good. Mount is good. But waiting till level 5 for mount kind of sucks. Waiting till level 5 for spells kind of sucks. Turn Undead being worse than a cleric in every regard kind of sucks. BAB Fool, pretty nice. Divine Grace, really OP, unironically, like I said. Because you can, what a lot of people don't understand is for 75k gold, you can get a plus 11 permanently. Because you can get uh, what's it called? Cloak of Charisma for plus 6 enhancement bonus. And then you can also get the Book of Leadership for like 50k. So it's also the thing is, while I'm saying item dependency is, you shouldn't expect to get those things. Those are both raw DMG and are really used quite regularly. If you're going down the adventure path from Tome of Magic, they just two different enemies have plus 6 cloaks of charisma. Two. It's one of the easiest items to grab your hands on. So even if your DM is saying, no, you don't ever get specific items, you can't make custom items, you can't do anything, you're very likely at this point, because the problem is that you're mad a little bit. You need con to live. You need strength to hit people. You need charisma to activate all your abilities. You need a little bit of will, etc., etc. But I think it's reasonable to say you have at least a 14 charisma, which means you have a plus 5 to all your saves. Which means by the time you're level 20, it kind of balances out at the end. It's pretty good. You also become immune to things like poison really early on. Unfortunately, I think it really suffers from the monk problem of late levels, unironically. Late levels and alternative class features make it so you can get really, really good as a paladin. But it's, do you live the early levels? Because unlike the monk, you're really good for like the first 3 levels. Every ability is really good. But once you hit like level 7, you don't really get anything cool until like level 9. Where it's like, guys, I can remove 1 disease twice a week. Crazy. And so, I think it's going in D with monk, to be so real with you. Because it has a big middle gap where you're kind of just I summon horse end turn. Horse in safe down defense position. Whatevs. Yeah, all classes are pretty neat. I do think it is pretty good, but I think it heavily relies on them too much. Okay. Ranger. How I miss you, Ranger. The worst of 5e by a long shot. They slaughtered my boy. He lost his position as Aragon. Yeah, it's not magic diseases too, it specifies, so it's like, hope you like dying to mummy rot. Hope you like dying to mummy rot. I think you can remove magic disease too, actually, but I think it's like it requires a level check or something. It depends. And like I said, if your DM wants to run evil magical plague arc, paladins aren't healing that shit. Like, let's be real. Like I said, let's logic coat this again. It's not, yeah. Ranger of 3.5 is what I ascribe to in 5e, in my own system, and everything like that. Good skill selection. Good skills. Full BAB. Shitty spell selection. You're not meant to be a budget cut druid. You're meant to be Aragon. You know. Two good saves. Favorite enemy being pretty crazy. Wild Empathy. Track. Animal Companion at 4. Bonus feat at level 3. Combat style for bonus feat at level 2 that lets you get ones that you don't meet the prerequisite for. That lets you be melee or ranged. I hate when people are like, Ranger, I have bow! You know. I hate that, but it is what it is. The first 4 levels are very nice. 5th level gets to, because you can be a non-caster ranger and be pretty effective. Also, the improved combat style at 6, very good. Very potent. I like it a lot. Very good. Very coolio. Especially because you can get improved to weapon fighting super early, not hitting the prereqs, which means you can actually do some pretty chic nasty stuff. Alternative class features, there's also a lot of really good ones that let you customize quite a lot. If your DM lets you use dead levels, the dead levels, they're pretty useless, but it does mean your late levels, you never get lost, which the fact I hate that in 5e that you never get lost things. It feels really sad. But because if your DM wants you to get lost, you're just gonna get lost. But like, it's better. The dead levels are actually kind of takeable. They're not game changing, but they're nice. It's like they let you move full speed while tracking, which essentially means you'll never get lost. Full round turn to like figure out where you are. So it's like not game breaking, but it's quite nice. You can also do throwing style, which lets you actually like throw strong arm style for cleave. So like it's more than just range or melee. You get your choice. You get your cake and can eat it too. Very nice. I think camouflage and hide in plain sight are just really, really late. And I think the dead level abilities are, like I said, pretty weak, that they're not game changing, but like they're enough that I feel like most DMs would say, yeah, sure. So let's put him... I think he's like the gatekeeper of C, unironically. Because he's not great. But they're consistent. They're good. They're playable. They're another really good choice for cohorts. Where even if you're not... Even if you're not taking one, deciding to get a cohort, because your cohort essentially comes with a cohort, and while many DMs would say no to that, I feel like that's pretty easy to run past. I think that's pretty acceptable. Okie Sploky. Yeah, he does his job and he does it good. It's not crazy, it's not game breaking. But like I said, having a cohort or a hireling or an NPC, or if you're in a 6-man party, unironically, I think Ranger goes up to like A tier. Because one of the things I'm doing is I'm trying to be as general as possible. So, if you're in like most groups are from 2 to 6 people on average. So if you're in a 6-man party, not everyone needs to be optimized. In fact, some people should be less optimized in order to make it so that CR still has any meaning at all, even though it has like none in this one to begin with. None in this edition to begin with. But like, I stand by. There's quite a few shenanigans and chicaneries. In a 6-man group, Ranger goes up because he's really supportive of the whole group. Bard is useful no matter what because, like I said, they can just summon guys to buff at that point. Or they can fear escalation. In a 2-man party, Bard is still effective, equally as effective as he is in a 6-man party. Even though one is clearly more optimized than the other. Ranger it's really hard to optimize in a 2-man group. If you're in a 2-man group and you're a Ranger, it's not very good. If you're in a 4-man group, it's pretty good. But, like, not the best. If you're in a 6-man group, suddenly people have more reliance upon you, and it's pretty good. Rogue, the skill monkey, better than Psychic Rogue, better than Lurk. Alternative class features make it crazy. The only problem, sneak attack is hard to get off. But you get evasion at 2. 8 skill points per level. More skill options than others have. You also get the added benefit being one of the main classes. Trap Sense in the same way barbarians have. Special abilities that, because you're the main one and not Psychic Rogue that's only ever touched upon once, your list for special abilities is huge. Only one good save, kind of sucks. Ain't gonna lie. The fact that it's the one that goes off your evasion, kind of nice. Improved Uncanny Dodge comes a little late at 8 comparatively to the Barbarian at 5, but it's nice. It means you're less likely to get caught off guard. You know, a lot of the time it's prestige class fodder. You know, you go 3 levels in to get 2 sneak attack die and evasion, and that's pretty effective. It's consistent. I do think it's pretty good. It doesn't have as many alternative class feature options as other people do, unfortunately. Spell Reflection is pretty nice. Mimic is okay. Feign Death is funny. I think it's in C tier for sure. I think it's better than the Scout. I think Scout has to go back down to D tier now, though. Because I think that it has to be a tier lower than Rogue. I talked myself up to it, but the more I look at Rogue, why would you ever play a Scout when you can play Rogue? Every party needs a Rogue-adjacent person. You know, in a 4-man group, you need it. In a 2-man group, you need it less, but at that point, you need a mage who can copy all the effects that your Rogue would provide, or you get hit by Chain Lightning at like level 6, because Chain Lightning Trap. Sorcerer. Sorcerer. It's rough, man. It's really rough. See, Sorcerer is carried by secondary content. If you're using just player's handbook Sorcerer, unironically, it's like F tier. It's really bad. The thing, third party content and extra things that came out over time and everything else makes them insane. Substitution levels plus bloodlines, crazy. Draconic Ray, great. Domain access, good. Like, there's just so many that are incredibly good. Because, like, Eberron added a lot to it. Draconic Sorcerer is really powerful because you get access to dragon feats. It's really ridiculous, actually. Dragon Rot Kobold Sorcerer is crazy, especially because they have a second level spell that just lets you say, no matter what that attack just was, it misses me. What that one mutant ability is based off of in my system, unironically. Alt class, the class is quite fair. It's tier 0 in a lot of campaigns. In a lot of campaigns, it's tier 0. I can't give it tier 0 because, like I said, if we're doing the most generalized thing, your DM's probably not going to let you quad bloodline in on dragon and not just be a dragon. Or they're going to let you do it, and you're going to be way stronger than the rest of the party. So they're going to say at some point they might just be like, I'm going to throw that one staff that just sucks the life juice out of sorcerers. It's anywhere from S to F tier. And it's the first one, literally the weirdo category. And it's for the reason I made this category. Because if you're allowed to take Bloodline, and you take a Dragon Bloodline, and you take a Dragon-blooded race, and you take Dragon feats, and you take the Dragon alternative class features, Sorcerer is one of the best. It's like better than Wizard in a lot of ways. You have less spell options than Wizard, but just take the most versatile options at every step. If you're allowed everything, it's a tier 0 class. If you're allowed just the player's handbook, you're screwed beyond belief. So like I said, I can't put it in C in good conscience. You have the same spell list as Wizards, so pick the most versatile ones at every single point to get the best possible combination. It doesn't matter that you only know so many spells. And then if you do have access to other things, let's say you're using that one adventure rule where you are allowed the player's handbook, the player's handbook 2, maybe X, maybe, perchance. But yeah, I'd say you're allowed the player's handbook 2, whatever campaign setting guide you're running. So if you're doing Faerun, if you're doing Eberron, and then you're allowed one extra book. That is an adventure rule that I've heard before, that they didn't want super optimized characters, so they said you're allowed anything in the base player handbooks 1 and 2. You're allowed, whatever's from the book that we're actually playing through, and you're allowed one bonus content of your choice. Even if you are just doing that, Sorcerer becomes from F tier to, immediately S tier again. Because you just pick the ones that are the best. If you're an Eberron specifically, that's really good. Bloodlines on their own make Sorcerer incredible. And while I would put them below Wizard, but like you can also get the one Dragon magazine where you can get the Memento. And the Memento actively gives you the ability to recall, like, there's Power Pearls for specifically for Sorcerer, and then there's also uh, teaches you a spell, increases your spell list for Sorcerer. They're pretty expensive, but like I said, it really invalidates because you trade money for spells at a certain point the same way Artificer does. It's like I said, it's really just the weirdo. It's hard to rate it. It's anywhere, anytime, ever. We already did Wizard. Let's go into my favorite classes, the Psionics. Also, base classes are gonna get a lot more rants and rambles about them because they're base classes and have way more content, and everyone has to start somewhere. So it's not like you're building a build exclusively off of prestige classes. Like, you can. A lot of people do. They go, I want to be in this prestige class. But base classes get the rant and ramble because in a generalized tier list that is taking anything from a dip to full level 20, base classes just have a lot more to talk about in that sort of tiering system, in that sort of bracketed list. Whereas when we get to prestige classes, I really feel like it'll be, oh, I know what this one is. Really good for a dip, terrible if you go all 5 levels. B tier, sort of thing. Will be very much quicker. But, like, you know, in the cases of long long-term classes. Also, you guys might get a mini session of D&D here in a bit. Yeah, no, Bloodlines are crazy. But yeah, no, because Lizran might retrain using the evil-ass sap of doom when he gets here, which means I might have to kidnap him for that, and this is an endurance stream, so I can't end stream to do that. He's just gonna be here, I guess. We're just gonna kidnap him and make him take a personality test live on thing, and we're gonna look through the base classes together and be like, well, this is your fate now, lizard boy. Haha. Scion is so fucking good, man. But I'm biased. I can't rate it as an S tier because that's personal bias. I can't do it. The thing is, it is the absolute closest to a real class. The absolute closest to like a real class from like the Psionics. It has a lot of the prestige classes. It has a lot of it's the Wizard of Scion. It has the biggest list. It has access to Telepath Nomad, Egoist, Kineticist, Shaper, Seer. There's just a lot of ways people can build it. 343 psi points by the end is crazy. 36 known with the ability to hypothetically learn more under a variety of circumstances. The bonus feats. The alt class features. Psi Crystal, better than every fucking familiar in the game. Because they're allowed to take feats. Even if your DM says, well, why would I let you take feats? They have to be whatever. Even if the DM is literally, like, forcing your hand and saying you have to take these feats, they still have that one feature where, like, if you get a feat, they get 2 special powers for free now. Like, including the ability to just bully people and push them over. That's just a thing they can do. So, like, it's really good. Unironically. Shaper, like, there's a lot of good stuff where you give up your 5th level bonus feat for a powerful ability. Going 5 levels into it, and then going, like, Bloodline, then going Prestige class, then going anything. There's a lot of ways to optimize it. You can be Kenjaku. You can be Megumi. That's only JJK. But, you know, there's other things. You can be Goku. You can be Gogeta. You can be a lot of different. It's just anime, the class sometimes, with an alternative classing feature. There's no way it's not an A. Better than Bard. Worse than Cleric. Moving on. The only place to logically jump from there is the one I'm going to get the most flack for, I guarantee it. Erudite. Erudite technically is an alternate class of the Scion, but it also has alternate class features of its own. It is odd because it's kind of in a weird in-between area of a class and not a class. So, like, here we are. I actually think it's worse. I think there's a lot of things it has going for it, and I think it is a lot better than a lot of classes, and it lets you break things really, really easily. But as you should, X, as you should. My favorite class by a long shot. Erudite. Realistically, the reason people are playing it is because convert spell to power can be really broken. Ridiculously good. And like, the bonus feed at level 1 and the Psi Crystal Affinity is really good. Everything I just said about the Psi Crystal Affinity. It's really good, man. The repertoire, it's good too. But I also feel like so many people just can't play this because it requires a level of intelligence and understanding the game. And I feel like a lot of DMs are just going to ban it because they're going to realize how crazy it is so early on that you're not going to get to do any of that stuff. They're going to go like, ooh, convert spell to oh, it's pretty crazy. I don't think I can let you do that, dude. You know? I feel like it's gonna get to a point where it's like, it's very easy to get into Arch Scion. The class itself may not be banned, but I feel like there's a high likelihood that most DMs just don't want to deal with convert spell to power. And even if they let you do it, they're letting you do it because like your friends don't have a class. Also, you can only cast one spell per day at level 1. If you cast Magic Missile, that's your life now. That's all you get. And by the time you're level 20, if you go all in on this class specifically, you can only cast 5 manifestations or spells per day, or 10 manifestations per day or whatever, plus 1. So it's like 11. And I don't think most people are going 20. They're going to wait, and then they're going to go like from 15 to 20 Arch Scion or whatever, which won't increase the unique powers per day limit, I am pretty sure. Which means, okay, more realistically, you're stuck at 8 spells per day despite having a list of 100. The versatility falls down, so unless you're taking really OP abilities, because like I said, in a world without transparency, convert spell to power isn't ever going to work. I don't run transparency because it's very broken. And even, you know, like, very, very smart people within the system and everything have said transparency's pretty broken and opens up a lot of ways. It opens up a lot of ways to mess around with it. So, Erudite is gonna be, like, B tier, I think. Because, like, I would put in literally a weirdo of it can be way more broken than Scion, but, like, I think the limit is just a huge weakness that can be massively exploited, especially early levels. And I think it turns into the monk issue of, at some point, I might even drop it to C. I drop it to C. I'm convincing myself. Better than fighter, though. Because the problem comes down to, let's say you are level 3. 2 spells. True, true. Same, I'm dyslexic too. Yeah, like at that point, there's a lot of ands, ifs, and buts about this class. And I really do think that if you're not running transparency, the class is useless. And so it really comes down to, like, Because like I said, being able to, let's say you do go into a prestige class that has 10 levels, you're going to be stuck at like 5 spells per day. Sure, you can cast them as many times as you want, but let's say, okay, I cast my inertial armor for the day. 4. Let's say you cast 1 damage dealing spell because you want to have access to actually finish an opponent off. 3. A save or die spell because you come across many small enemies. 2 utility spells to get you out of any situation out of your Rolodex of 100. Like, it's rough. It's really rough, and I don't think it's a viable answer 9 times out of 10. Okay, we got next up on our list, Psychic Warrior. Just fighter, but psionic, but therefore way better than fighter, unfortunately. Literally, it's just fighter, but psionic and slightly worse BAB. A slightly worse hit die. Thing is, you can get a psionic mantle, which is actually pretty overpowered because it forces transparency, among other things. You can get soulbound weapon too, or alternatively. It's pretty good. I mean, I think it's really just on par with fighter. Less alternative class features, but better, wider spread. Because they also get access to certain manifestations early and exclusively. Meaning, if you're going for an unarmed strike build, pretty effective. If you're going for a metamorphosis build, pretty effective. So, like, the fact it scales off wisdom means it's pretty good for certain dips, too. It's really good as a dip. I think it's also better than fighter generally, because you get up to 6 level powers. Some of them are lowered leveled than what it would be for Scion to cast. So you're like looking at Bard style casting on a fighter with the same number of feats that fighters get. The only thing you're losing is 5 BAB, and on average 1 hit die per level. If you're playing a Necropolitan, which I mean, like I said, I'm kind of trying to avoid, just do these really broken strats that are, well known and well documented of being undead, teehee. But you also get 20 powers known, which is like pretty big. I think it's just in line with fighter, and it's just better than fighter, to be honest. They're comparable, but it's just better. If you're not really optimizing a fighter, I think that the Psychic Warrior is just better fighter a lot of the time. I know, right? I know. Pathfinder 2 is better than fighter. Yeah, fighter is just all feat, no substance in 3.5, unfortunately. It's BAB and feats. No class features for you! Oh yeah, no, like it's really just, if you want to be a damage dealing fighter, Psychic Warrior is just, actually, literally, it's just fighter, but you get magic-ish. Soul Knife. 1 second. Let me pull this in. Bottom of F tier instantly. Awful. I've had 2 people. Now, I never try to kill players. Let me make this clear. If it happens, it happens. I'm very much a hands-up DM. Like, whatever happens, happens at that point. I try to work with people. There's a limit to it, though, Whatever is happening in the story. All 2 times someone has played a Soul Knife, they've died in the first session. Not kidding. Someone played a Soul Knife, like a Mind Blade, whatever you want to call it. In a one-shot I was running. Admittedly, the difficulty of that one-shot was pretty high. it's another situation where you can just buy anything to be better than this class. You can literally just buy this class and you're good. You're fine. That's your life. You just have that. The same can be said for rogues, but like the thing is, any item, if it's at your tier and spent a lot of money on it, it's better. So in a very general campaign, why would you want this cool summonable blade of doom and demise when you can just buy a sword or find a holy avenger or honestly a +1 mithril keen dagger is better than anything they'll get for a long ass time. You know, they only get +5 at like level 20, man. It's really fucking rough. Auto hypnosis is good, but their skill list is worse in every other way than being just a rogue. Honestly, 9 times out of 10, it boils down to if you want to play a rogue adjacent class, just play a rogue. At that point, man, it ain't that deep. Wilder in the same tier as Scion. I know it's like the sorcerer equivalent of Scion, or that's what it's meant to represent. It's more crazy, plain Irish shenaniganry, but it has a lot of cheese you can do that isn't so cheesy that like your DM's gonna shoot it down. But it has some good BAB growth. It has the only thing that kind of sucks is it only is good at will saves. Wild Surge is very nice though. 3-level dip, very effective. Wild Surge, even at level 19, is pretty effective because it does just mean you can. And sure, you do go nuts sometimes, which is pretty bad. But just really buy into auto hypnosis on that one. I think you're good. Because even at like level 20, you can end up being like, I actually manifest this power as if I was level 30. Fuck you. And like, it's pretty good. But yeah, and also Lewd Touch is a very rare and unique ability where you just kind of don't get hit with rays. So like, yeah. I think it is worse than the Scion because the Scion's significantly more versatile. But like, I think it's in B, for sure, because it's very breakable, but not game breaking to such an extent that most DMs would say no. It's like pretty nice overarchingly. So yeah, I think it's definitely in the B tier. 1 tier lower than Scion, because Scion's just the versatility of Scion and the fact that you only get 11 manifestations known is kind of crippling. And there's not as many ways out of it as Sorcerer has. But yeah, Anti-Beholder, real. Okay, Ninja time. I actually unironically think Ninja's just one of the best rogue adjacents. I think it's one of the few ones where there's legitimately cases where it would be don't just play a rogue. This one is actually kind of valuable, and this one's kind of nice. The reason being, you get less skill points, and you get a less good array. Sure. You only get 1 good save. That sucks. But you get something every single level. Sudden Strike is arguably worse than Sneak Attack in a lot of ways. But you also get things like Ghost Step, Great Leap, and ways to get it. You get poison usage. There's all the elemental ninja types. So there's like the elemental ninja types. There's also, you get Flashbang. That's pretty funny. That's pretty fun sometimes. Poison Mist is also very, very good. You know, like, there's a lot of just very, very nice abilities and substitution things for Ninja. There's reasons you would play a ninja other than playing a rogue in a lot of situations. The ability to dodge things 50% of the time if you go late levels, pretty good. The AC bonus, pretty good. I think it's like dead on par with Rogue. There's a reason you would play it, and like I can see that reason. I think it's dead neutral. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, it also has the ability to sneak attack or critical build really, really brokenly. Spell Thief. Ah. Spell Thief. The tier 1 class that plays like a tier nothing class. Lizran hates this class and is why he's drinking the evil fucked up sap change. Classes. I honestly, like, I really do think it's a tier 1 class. Like, we're doing the whole tiering system. And we're doing the whole tiering system from the famous tierers, the tieraniers, or whatever. Spell Thief, you can just, if you have another spellcaster in your class, in your, party, incredible. You can just grab some extra ones the night before, cast them early in the morning. You can steal lethal damage spells from enemies. Cloud Kill. The level it shows up, you become able to steal Cloud Kill. There's no reason for Undead not to cast Cloud Kill. You have your own spells by that level. You can just cast Wraith Strike. You can bonk the Undead, steal the Cloud Kill, save your party. I think it is worse than Rogue in terms of sneak attack. I think there's a lot of arguments in how the class functions. I think it's very silly, but like, I really do think it's a tier 1 class. I think it's below any A tier, and I think it's below any S tier, and I think on a generalist basis, it is also I think on a very generalist basis, it is probably worse than a B tier. But I also think that there's just so many ways to crack it that is not terrible. Like Master Spell Thief, a 1-level dip into Spell Thief for something like Priest or even Monk is just, it's broken. Enlightened Fist, it's like really, really strong. It's one of the best 1-level dips you can take if you have feat slots open. Therefore, I think I had to put in B. I think, anything lower would be completely disingenuous. So, at that point, we're moving on to Warlock. The one that you're surprised isn't in the base, but it is actually, has a decent amount of support. I really don't know for Warlock, I'll be honest with you. I have to read quite a bit into it. Deceive item is really funny. So, one second. Oh. Oh. Apology. Oh, my headphones. Oh. Apollo cheese. It took me a second. I had to deal with some stuff IRL. Anyways, we're back. Okay, Warlock time. Warlock time. Yeah, yeah. Okay. I don't know. It's really hard. They have a lot of evocations. They also are very good fodder for like their prestige classing makes it so their rules makes it so they're very easy to use. A lot of their evocations are just worse than spells, though. Hmm. I don't know, I'm putting it in C tier. It's like kind of towards the bottom. Some of their prestige classes are actually very good. A lot of their evocations are very silly, but a lot of them are worse than just spells, unfortunately. So, like, yeah, I don't know. Greater at 11th can be good because it can give you some, like, 8th level equivalents. But it's also, like, I don't know. If we're getting into that level of semantics, I kind of feel like, okay, any of the really broken prestige classes just do that too. So, stinky. Oh no, I've been asked a question that I must now answer live. So now, Jester might get exploded, which that means I'll. She's not really commented that much. Yeah, Jester might get exploded. Boing Boing's never seen a dinosaur. None of those. Cool, cool. Wonderful. I love that for you. So, and yeah, no, none of those work, unfortunately for you. Anyways, though, so yeah, Warlock mid tier, probably definitely a C tier. Then Wu Jin next up. Wu Jin's very good. Like it's the alignment restriction is really unnecessary, I feel, for this one in particular. They get access to some of the best spells like body outside of body. Semantics. If Goat Knight is talking, you can't hear her. Oh no. Did they take your rights? They took your rights.
Or
They took your
so
rights.
rude.
You can hear now.
That's so mean, man.
They untook your rights. Yeah. Wujin is very good though. The meta magic abilities that they have, very powerful. Body outside body, skin of the lizard, very good. They have a lot of just good, unique spells that people literally will be like, well, I don't want to play Wujin because it's not as effective as Wizard. I'm going to take Spell Secret so that I can learn 2 spells or 1 spell from Wujin. It's just so good. The taboos are also kind of irrelevant. And if your DM if you're like, hey, they have nothing and are way worse than Wizard, I could see them letting you use dead level abilities. So, like, honestly, I think it has to go into low B. I think it's like the gatekeeper of B, to be honest with you. Because it's full caster, worse casting than Wizard, worse casting than Sorcerer. Good for meta magic cheese. Yeah, I don't know. Pretty good for prestige fodder, too. Okay, guys. The Shujinja. They're quite noble. Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I ain't gonna lie to you. I was like, they're kind of good. They're like, okay. They're tolerable. They really suffer from only being in one book, though, huh? Simply, well, guys, Oriental Adventure, huh? How about it? How about it? Yeah, I don't know, man. I ain't gonna lie to you. It's not great. It's really, it's like a weird kind of caster, for sure. It's a D. It might be I can't reasonably put a full caster in F unless they literally get nothing. They're cool flavor wise. I'd be very interested in seeing someone play one. No, they just suck, unfortunately. They really, if they had more books, and this is why I really wish they had more TSR style splat books coming out for 3.5, because if we got another Oriental expansion or something, like Scions of the Oriental, and we got like a unique Cerebmancer style for like them specifically, like an Elemental Scion or something like that, or whatever. I think Incarnum would have done nicely too. It really needed some like books and some erratas because otherwise it has nothing, literally nothing. Spirit Shaman, on the other hand, Spirit Shaman, honestly, it's pretty good. Like I ain't even gonna lie to you, it's like it's not great, not wonderful, not amazing, but but it is pretty good. You can also be skilled city dweller. Pretty nice. You can also just resurrect people from the dead for way cheaper at like 19th level. It's not really worth it. Because next level, you just turn into a ghost forever. You become a fae instead of humanoid. And gain cold iron DR, which you know, that's okay. That's tolerable. I think it's like a high C tier. Definitely high C tier. I think it's below fighter though. They have wild empathy. They have spirit guide. They can tell the spirits, no, bad spirit. Could be very situationally helpful too. I have an okay spell list. You mean you guessed? Yeah. I mean, like, they're pretty good comparatively. They're better than Monk, for sure. And Ninja. I think they might be worse than normal Ninja, though. I think that's a better representation. And their full cast are good spell lists. The Animal Friend is nice. It covers a lot of the weaknesses of the familiars. Because you can just send it out and it's a ghost. Pretty good. Ardent. One of my favorite classes of all time. Unfortunately, worse than normal Scion. I really don't. So the thing is, I think that makes Ardent really, really cool. You can take a 1-level dip and make it the equivalent of a 5-level dip. So it's really good for hitting prereqs early. There's argument about this online, as one guy specifically says, I talked to the author and he said that's not how it's supposed to work. Thing is, author didn't ever say that publicly. Nor was an errata ever published. Nor is there a reason to play it if the interpretation in the book that manifestor level does not equal caster level isn't true. But this is your psionic cleric, which is worse than a cleric and worse than a normal scion, but really, really fun. You know, you can hit the pain and suffering domain and cast disable on people, and reflect damage by spending your psionic focus. The 10th level alternative class feature is really OP. Dominant Ideal. Really good for Mind Mage. 10 levels of Ardent. Then you can get into, well, yeah, it's kind of hard, but you know, you could do 10 and then do something like a single dip of some sort. And then you get like Precautious Apprentice at level 1, and then get 9 levels of Mind Mage. And missing that 10th level ability on Mind Mage kind of sucks, but you know, you're still ending up being pretty cool. B, probably worse than Wu Ninja, Wu Zhen, unfortunately. Very unfortunately. Divine Mind. I'll be real, I know next to nothing about it. I've heard it's really bad. That the auras, it's aura class, and the mantles that you get, the auras are just not any good in comparison to the actual real mantle effects. And the fact that you don't get stuff up until being level 20, I know there are ways to break it. I've heard people say, oh yeah, there are ways to break it by doing XYZ and XYZ crazy, but I also feel like it's another logic gated one. Oh, I think it has to go in like D tier. It has only 9 powers learned ever too. That's learned. It's also supposedly bow guy, which I see no way of how it could be an effective bow guy, unironically. Lurk. We're lurking out. Woo woo, lurking out. Yeah, I don't know, man. Shrug emoji. they're like the best pieces of shit class I've ever seen. Because your psionic sneak attack and why it's so good is you don't need to be able to sneak attack to psionic sneak attack. I think that's very true. Yeah. You know, Kip sucked, but Kip was meant to be exclusively an aquatic combatant. So, like, I really think personal experience is jaded. I really don't think it's that bad. 2 good saves, okay, BAB. Good side points, good learn usage, good list. Very, like, versatile because you get psionic grease, shrink. You also get access to like a lot of different lurk augments. So like a 3 level dip gets you stunning attack, you know? And so like the power augment, like I said, if you're in a crystal and you have the thing that lets you regain psionic focus as a move action, unironically you can have pretty effective turns where you can go, okay, I put my epic psionic strike, I expend my psionic focus to do crazy thing. I spend a bunch of psi points on my psionic strike. Uh I stun the guy. Swift action. I do one of the few swift action manifestations. That's pretty cool. You know, and then next turn you go, okay, move action. Regain psionic focus. Do it again. I do think, but like I said, it's one of the best pieces of shit classes because it is really, the dead levels kill it. Really bad. The alternative class features aren't great. There's only 2 of them. You know, yeah. It's not worth it to go level 20. I can tell you that. Dipping is pretty good. I'm putting it at the very, very tail end of C. Like it's because you can bypass a lot of resistances to sneak attack with this class and just say fuck it, I do it because I want to do it. And, like there's a lot of ways to do that, but like yeah, it's just not good. I honestly might have to put it in the top of D. Like I honestly I don't think it's better than Monk. I think it's kind of hard limited. It's like somewhere between these two. It's like in C minus. Also, anything with the word Stygian is good, generally speaking. But like, yeah, they just hate rogues in 3.5, unfortunately. Hexblade. Okay, a lot of people think it's garbage. Unfortunately, this is a generalized tier list, but it does use personal experience as well. So, I actually like Hexblade. I actually like Hexblade quite a lot. The thing is, it's not worth it. Its casting is bad, its saves are bad. The Hexblade Curse. I've heard it wasn't meant to be a free action. But I'm not sure if that's true. It's rough. It's really rough. Because like I said, I like the Hexblade in theory. In theory, if it's if you get access to your dead levels and you get access to like the semi-official updates, because it's an incredibly underpowered class, and everyone says it's an underpowered class. So I just gave him the dead levels and let it be known that I was accepting that the Hexblade Curse was a free action every time, not just the first time. Because apparently that's how that works, by the way. It's like only a free action one time, and then every time after it's a standard action. So it's pretty bad. Really underpowered. If you give it dead levels and you give it the semi-official update, which I half did for Sam, I think it actually gets, like, it kind of spins around, I ain't even gonna lie. Because, like, it gets pretty good if you give them both. But I think that's really, not many men are gonna do that. So I kind of think, while they're sick, nasty, and really cool on paper, they're incredibly underpowered due to the nature of full BAB spellcasters with health were rare back in the day. And they didn't want to give him anything. I have to put him in the bottom of D because of the generalist rating. If we were doing the my update and allowing them to have the best of every possible ability that they could have, then I think it would go up to like a high C, if not B, unironically. I do think you could easily make the argument for C, though. But, like, I think just generally it's an underpowered class. So much that the people who made the game admitted it was incredibly underpowered. Samurai. That's it. Let us see what Samurai has. The Pathfinder Samurai is really, really cool. I love the Pathfinder Samurai. Okay. They can wield a katana and a wakizashi together. Nice, I guess. Yeah, this is way less cool than the Pathfinder one. Sad. Pathfinder Samurai, awesome. 3.5 ain't looking good, bros. 16th level to get greater 2 weapon fighting. Only with the katana and wakizashi. Oh, it's so rough, man, yeah. The intimidation check is really cool. I have to put it in D, though, unfortunately. Why did they do this to my boy? It's so bad. Yeah, it's really bad. I mean, dead levels would. It's the same as Hexblade. If you let them have their dead levels, or you let them, better yet, just play the Pathfinder updates to it, you're so good. The 30th, yeah. Swashbuckler. Why is she so long? They just made a really long woman the picture. I ain't gonna lie, like, I hear Swashbuckler's real good. I've heard lots of people say it's pretty cool. I don't see it at all. Like, seduction's funny if you give them the dead level ability. The acrobatics are actually kind of nice, unironically, but like I just don't see it being. It's just not a very practical class, I think. Like, it's a good one level dip for a free weapon finesse, I guess, and some good skill learnage. And even then, the skill learnage isn't that amazing. It's also competing for that one level dip slot with any of the other, like, rogue adjacent classes, to which I think it just loses. The luck is nice as well. Hmm. I mean, I guess Insightful Strike is what makes it crazy, though, because, like, in theory, you can. That's why people are probably saying it's so good. Because, yeah. Yeah, I guess, like, why you'd want it, in theory, is Insightful Strike would add Strength, Dex, and Int to a damage attack, right? So, like, that's pretty crazy. But problem is, they're immune to Insightful Strike. They're immune to Sneak Attack. So it falls into another sneak attack thing where I guess if you could really stack damage on. I'm putting it F tier. I ain't gonna lie. I'm trying to convince myself it's fucking garbage. It's so bad. Wounding critical seems really crazy, but going 19 levels into it just to be killed by undead is like, I can't believe I went 20 levels into Swashbuckler just to have the big bad evil guy be a demi-lich. Like, what do you do? Battle Dancer next. Oh, Battle Dancer is literally just better Swashbuckler in a lot of ways, I think. You get to punch, you get bonus speed, Dance of the Vexing Snake. I think the chaotic part, it means you can't grab good access. You can't grab good access to a lot of okay prestige classes. I also think that it's like, hmm, if you're going into it, I do think full BAB, only one good save again. The AC bonus, you're like a weird mix of multiple classes. And I think you're a worse mix than typical bards are. Some of these could, I think you could really break them. Like, I think some of these dances are very good, but, like, taking an 11 level dip doesn't feel very legit at that point. Dance of the Soaring Eagle's funny. You just dance into the sky. You just jump like Sanji over and over. But I think you have to take it to 20 in a lot of situations. True, true. Because you could punch people really good, and it's the same as Monk in a lot of ways, where you could hypothetically get yourself up to 2d20 with relative ease, and then have the access to the dances and things. But then also, Quivering Palm's just better. And, like, the alignment strike is pretty nice. You have to take it to 20, though. Less prestige fodder than Monk, too, so, like, eh. Deathmaster. What Sebastian was. Now you might think, wow, he's played this class. He must really like it. No, I hated it. I'll be so honest with you. I really regret it. Um, you see, if you're doing Faerun, you have to worship Orcus. If you aren't doing Faerun, see, the problem with Sebastian was the money at the end of the day. We had good money flow. We had a very money rich party. But the problem came down to if I wanted to make a cool undead companion, I needed thousands of gold. If I wanted, I was doing too many things. You know, I was doing undead, I was doing symbiotes, I was doing graphs. Graphs and symbiotes go hand in hand, and you'd think undead go hand in hand with it. But really, it kind of doesn't. And it costs you a lot of money. And these guys, if your DM does not give you wiggle room, they actually get buffed by being logic proofed because they learn spells like a wizard. They're arcane casters, but they count as divine in certain situations, like for raising undead. They also have certain abilities that are pretty nice, you know. The undead companion is good. Becoming a lich at level 20, pretty good. Their spell list is trash, though. You get like 14 spells per level. And the cool abilities of your minion aren't all that cool, because at level 20, let's say, because the thing is, like I said, let's say you have a 3-hit die undead friend. They would still get their level 20 abilities, and they would get some relentless undead and whatever. But they're still only an 11-hit die undead. You could summon something better. At any other point, fast healing 3 is nice. Especially the only thing I could see unironically is doing what Sebastian did and getting a symbiote. Because then the buffs that your minion gets over time are counted, right? So Unholy Might, the Death Master can channel unholy energy into his minion and allow to fight with more vigor. And so, yeah, sure. But you're also mad because you need wisdom, you need charisma, you need intelligence, you need con. Like, I just gave up on the wisdom thing. I was like, it's never gonna be worth it. The fact that Unholy Might is based off of it just doesn't make it any good. The turn resist is like, sure, man. But the level of hit die you have is just not very good. The free Lich template, unironically, just play Dread Necromancer. It's really just a lot better. I ain't gonna lie. Because you could get some pretty crazy bros. Like, sure, Owlbear Skeleton with 8 hit die is cool. Or, you know, level 13 grabbing a mummy, but then they lose the buffs over time. So you'd be like at a +2 mummy with Unholy Might, which would grant it 4 strength and +2 to all saves, which is cool. But like, it's not good, man. Uh, yeah. I don't know. Like I said, buffing yourself with +4 strength temporarily by some like cheese is kind of okay, but it's just the base attack bonus getting higher is nice. It's really rough. Persistent corruption is pretty okay. Like you need persistent corruption, which means you're really kind of stuck at like the best guy you can get is probably an Alip or a white. Which, you know, like I said, just be a Dread Necromancer. There's so many ways to do Necromancer. Deathmaster's not it. I think it's one of the few full caster classes I actually have to put in F tier. Because like I said, Sebastian, even with, like, none of his turns felt effective a lot of the time. Also, the needing to be evil for this is rough. Haida was very kind to me and let me be neutral instead because it's not an Orcus thing at that point. But yeah, I don't know. It's just a 1-level dip might in some world be worth it, but like Cleric's better, Dread Necro's better. Yeah, it's rough to make work. True. That's also true. Yeah, like, you can just get it, hypothetically. You can just work for lichdom at a certain point. The Jester class. So in case you didn't know, there's a Jester Prestige class and a Jester Normal class. I actually think the Normal class is just worse. I ain't gonna lie. It's pretty good, though. There's like a lot. You're gonna have 3 Jesters on the list by the end of this. The casting's good, the BAB's good, you get bonus feats, you get buffoonery. Vicious Lampoon. You're just a bard with extra steps, I ain't gonna lie. It's kind of sad. I like it. The cool thing is, though, if you're going all in on Jester, unironically, so you can go 10 of this Jester class, and 10 of either the Prestige classes, and you get 4th level spell slots, and you get Bone Rattler, which is really funny because it makes it so all of your performance abilities work on undead. So, like, I think it's really funny, and it's really good at what it does, but, like, it's not an amazing class. It's worse than Bard by a long margin, because you're only getting, like, Fascinate, right? You're getting Insult, or Inspiring Quip. Your comedy performance instead of anything else, right? Buffoonery is very funny, though. I think I'm giving it C tier, but, like, it's the bottom of C tier. People probably call me crazy for that, but like I think you'd be really excited to hear someone sing down at the table and going jester, jester, jester. Very funny. And like the ability to actually affect undead with all that sort of stuff is also very good. Okay, Sploky. I steal you on stream.
Is it Narshal kidnap
Yeah,
time?
Naruto kidnap time after he's done eating, yeah.
Yeah.
Uh Montebank? Monty Bank. Infernal Patron. I've never heard of this, I'll be so real. Ascension of the Damned giving you half theme template. But it also is her line is just to evil if not already evil. In any case, she becomes her master, willing for all. She transports to the outer plane and becomes an NPC under the DM's control. Only a quest to break her pact, demonic or infernal, from the Overlord can save them from this fate. The exact nature of this quest is left to the DM, but it usually requires the Montepong to defeat her patron or his most powerful minions, render him a great service, or trick him into releasing the contract. Deceptive attack, mark of damnation. Okay. What the fuck?
This is what?
The
Scary?
Montebonk. Hmm. Hmm. So you get like sneak attack too. Wait, that's actually really cool. Even those immune to critical hits and sneak attacks are affected by their sneak attack. They have trap finding. They have the mark of damnation. They have to make a DC 25 diplomacy check to be brought back to the world of the living and not be brought into eternal misery. That's nice. She also has like a kind of bard list, like Mass Beguile, Infernal Guise, can cast one use of the Infernal Patron ability, can cast Alter Self as her level. I mean, this actually unironically seems a lot more fun to play than then I mean the thing is if you win the quest and you get to be a half fiend template uh and cast alter self, that means you can transform. Okay, let's go to Jester server. Okay, we're going to Jester server now.
Ah.
Okay, chat. Let me switch the
Change the
Discord thing.
Discord.
It
Yeah,
did
I was about to
it did
say.
automatically. Say words, Marshall.
Fuck you.
Cool. Okay, it works. So yeah, no, this class honestly pretty good. You know, sneak attack, but ignores immunity to sneak attack. Has a bard list. Doesn't have spells, but like I said, half fiend.
Wait.
With the alter self ability, grants you the power to turn into other fiends. So like, it's not horrible. It's not good, but you are damned by your class for all eternity. So that's kind of sad, but it gives you a quest instantly.
What are you talking about?
The Montebank.
Oh, you're ranking all the classes. Why is Psychic Rogue so big?
I don't know. So it's either that or it's the Hick. One of the two.
Oh, right, because it doesn't have a
Yeah, it's either no crop or
who's in literally a weirdo next to Jester?
Sorcerer. Because the thing is, if you're in the player's handbook exclusively, I'm doing the most generalized list possible. If you are in just player's handbook, you're F tier. But if you're in all content available to you, you're S tier. So it really depends a lot on what you're doing. It's also kind of logic gated. But yeah, no, that's a.
So is this based off of like your multi-classing as well, or is this like if you just went straight?
It's as general as possible, so it's including dips as well as going all 20 in. So some classes that are really yeah. So it's if you are a generally versatile class, it's also about like how fun it would be. Like if this is showing up at your table, how excited are you for it? I don't know. The role play of Montebank is actually pretty good. I'm giving it higher than Monk, but being damned by your class must suck. The if potential class, yeah, exactly. You're Megami at that point, man.
Hold on, I need to see. I don't think I've looked at Mountebank. What the fuck is this? Or Montebank, whatever.
Montebank. Okay, let's see. Savant. Woo, we're at Savant time.
You mean Savant?
No, Savant.
What?
This is my life now. Honestly, it's like kind of okay. It's like I think it's the most C tier class that ever did C tier.
Wait, so what the fuck?
You get a little bit of everything.
So you just look at people? I'm looking at Mountebank right now. You just look at people, make them aroused, and then stab them?
Yeah, pretty much.
Huh.
But then you're immune. No creature's immune to becoming aroused and getting stabbed. That's the part that's cool. Their sneak attack bypasses sneak attack immunity.
Damn, so you can fuck the dog.
True.
I'm sorry.
I mean, yeah, Savant, Savant, however you want to say it is. It's a little bit of everything. I feel like it's a really good hypothetical 5-level dip in theory. If you need just like a guy, it's also like a good NPC class. I don't think it's that good, but I've also seen it kind of go crazy. They also have all skill proficiencies, just like Factotum, which is a rare ability. So, like, I think it's the most C tier class to ever C tier. Real and true.
Yeah, this kind of looks like worse Factotum. Better in some ways, but like I feel like generally Factotum just gives you more mileage.
Well, you're essentially getting 2 caster classes instantaneously by nature of having both Divine and arcane casting, which means that Factotum is you really aren't a caster in the slightest. You have like to cast a spell, but like in the case of Savant, you actually have spell slots up to 4th level hypothetically. Which I think that is more worthwhile. Sha'ir, I have to give one to my boy Defined and my boy Hardcore from Frostburn campaign. They were singing its praises, and I looked over it, and it's pretty cheesable. You're both arcane and divine. You get your little genie friend. You can do a lot of prestige class fodder. It's a hard B tier class. Ninth level casting, very good. I don't know where it would go in B tier. I know it goes in B tier, but like probably a
Who's the one in S, by the way?
wizard,
Oh, yeah, that makes sense.
urban druid.
Does everything.
Are you ready to play Pokemon Mystery Dungeon now?
Yeah, so how does it, is it like a multiple choice thing, I'm guessing? Or like
No. You get infinite choices, but not really. You have to roll some die, and then you have to answer the question in character. So who's ready for 1 second? Mini roleplay time. I'm just gonna put the classes up. I were doing that too. So 1 second. Urban, 4th favorite city, 6th favorite city. My 6th favorite city is Detroit. Crazy.
can you imagine being a Detroit mage?
Yeah, well, it takes you to level 20 to be like, wow, my 6th favorite city is Detroit.
I cast Glock and and you just steal everything.
Animated object gargantuan familiar is crazy though, bro. Like, this is my animal companion. Gestures to the Statue of Liberty. You can also
Aggressively American urban druid.
oh my god, it's so crazy too, because yeah, you can turn into the Statue of Liberty, and then you can also animate like 7 Glocks. So I'm talking this up. I think, and it's just Druid, but has really hyper specified abilities at that point. Like,
Yeah, I feel like the moment you're not in a city, you're kind of just like, what are you doing?
you can just shapeshift into stuff outside of cities and things. So like, I feel like it's just wherever Druid is, we just put it one below Druid at that point. So like B tier. Like it's like probably bottom of B tier, I'd wager. City Sense is breakable too, but like not great. The favored city
Constructs from
things.
nasty in 3.5. Yeah.
Immunity
Can't
to magic is crazy, yeah. So I mean like yeah, sure, why not? We leave it on Dragonfire Adept. We take a small break, chat, to do this. Pokemon Mystery Dungeon time. We're gonna be dragging classes up onto the board while we're waiting. Anyways, boom. Okay, so Lizran does his retraining. It's like day 20 or whatever. Very sad. Uh, he's sick of being a spell thief. Very sad. And a kooky ass wizard comes up to him, and it's like, "Oh, you'll be trading."
Uh, yeah. Hi?
It's wonderful to see you. Oh, yes, yes. And he will like look you over and go, "You're perfect for my new test."
What kind of test are we talking about? Did that pick up properly?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay.
Okay. 1 second.
Discord was doing something fucky.
True. Okay. 1 second. I need to find what this stupid stuff is called. I believe it is
Please don't become a chud. I invest into Lizram stocks. First off, it's Lizran. And also, Lizran has been dog shit for like the entire adventure. Why the fuck would you? Why would you do that? I mean, to be fair, like, if you had to invest in someone in the party, you don't have a lot of great options other than Sasha.
Okay. Jester.
Huh?
What is this stuff called? I sent it to you, but we text too much and I cannot find it.
What
I
are you
told
talking
Spade
about?
the same thing. So long as I do not get a wisdom or strength focused class, I'm fine.
Pretty much, yeah. So
Do-do.
I believe it's not just called Blood Moon Sap, is it? Like it was
I don't
something.
think you said
I
the
did at
proper
one
name
point.
for it.
I did.
We just called it Face App or something.
No, yeah,
Yeah,
it's
you kept calling it Face App.
well, yeah, it's Face Sap, but it actually has like a name. 1 second.
You knew we
I
were
sent
doing
it.
this, and you just didn't go and find it before now?
I did.
Tree Sap? 1 second.
Yeah, some sort of tree
Oh wait,
sap.
that's not. That was a different conversation, I believe.
I sent it to Jester and was assuming I could just scroll up and look for it, but then, it texted so long.
It's a really good thing that Lizran's dad never taught him not to take food from strangers.
True.
Become a Wujian. I was legitimately looking at Wujian and was like, that's actually a pretty cool class. You're laughing. What did I?
No.
Did I say something funny? You laughing at me, Jester?
No,
Yes.
I'm not.
Yeah. It's the stuff Tyson took once upon a time, as Oliver, the trap, this tree sap, the trap, as some might call it. Anyways.
See,
So
I was always. Oh, sorry, I mean, you already found it.
You're good. So you'll say, I've gotten sap from a tree grown under the blood moon of the autumn day. A reset to one's own life. Been meaning to study its effects for a long while, and you're the perfect supplicant.
I am? What makes you say that?
I mean, look at you. He pokes your Who else would spend $2,000 to study but not become a member? I mean, at that point, he must really be fucked over. I shall grant you this boon for free if you allow me to study the effects on your body.
Lizran is like taken aback after getting poked in the tummy, but is ultimately like, hey, he's kind of got a point. And inevitably is like, yeah, that sounds fine to me. Just don't. What is this gonna do? Like, what is this gonna do to me?
Oh, I have no clue. That's the fun part.
Are you at least positive it's not gonna kill me?
Nope.
You know what? Alright. Whatever.
So he leads you to like a room, and then in the room you are sat down, and he's like, yes, behold, and he gets you like a very viscous, sickeningly sweet, but also kind of bitter smelling, like very strongly medicinal, but like almost like you've added too much sugar to like cough medicine, like a really strong medicinal herb you scent, with a like near pitch red sap. It might honestly literally just be called the Fey Blood Sap. I ain't gonna lie.
I'm just imagining him handing me a cup of Robitussin and saying, drink this.
That is literally what he's doing. Yeah, he gives you a whole bowl and he's like, you need to drink the whole thing or it won't work. He explains, yeah, it's grown. once a year, trees will be grown in the center of the autumn and spring Fey courts, and this sap is harvested from such a tree. And it's hard to get because of the nature of the time disassociation between the Fey and the mortal realms. Once a year could mean once every 100 years or once a week. And it's really it shifts wildly and varies massively. So
Huh.
it's quite strange. Gives you a
Well,
bowl of lean. Yeah.
I guess Lizran pinches his nose, which is actually more like gripping his fat fucking nose. And then with the other hand, starts tipping the bowl towards his mouth and leans back and starts chugging.
Okay, roll a fortitude save.
I figured this was coming. If I spit it up and it doesn't work, oh my god.
I would cry.
Okay, a 20.
Okay, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. You drink the whole of the sap. And immediately your body slumps to the ground, but you're still upright. As you're not.
I start fent leaning.
Yeah, you start hitting the fence lean. And then it's crazy because you watch your body stumble forward, but your consciousness remains where you were seated. As you watch your body Skyrim ragdoll to the floor.
Lizran is immediately like wide-eyed and he looks down to try and like see if he can see his own body or like what the hell is going on.
Yeah, you are within a secondary body outside of body, with a silver cord connecting the two. And above you, there is countless twinkling stars of varying colors and shapes. And there's also a weird sense, there's no other living creature beside your body. The wizard is gone, all the people outside are gone. You can sense outside, and you're the only living thing here, but outside still exists. And similarly, there's a table before you that you're sure was not there before. Roll 1d100.
37.
67? No. Okay.
If I rolled a 6-7, I think Lizran just dies.
I can't believe you're the Jester class now. Wonderful. Yeah. So, you are pretty much free to pick whatever you want to pick now. You must now, the first part of personality quest. Where does he feel most drawn to? The outside? The stars? The table? His body? Or the city?
Where does he feel most drawn to?
Mm-hmm.
I think Lizran is still kind of in shock and just kind of looking at his body, like almost studying himself.
Okay.
I guess body.
You look upon your body, and it's strange because it seems to shift before you. Roll a d100.
81.
Before you, your body begins to shift through people who you once knew. Who does it shift to, and what does that mean for Lizran?
The only two I can really think of would be, I mean, I guess like if I had to pick one person, it would probably be his dad, because he's still just filled with a great amount of anxiousness and worry over, if he can save him, if he can make things okay.
Roll keys.
and whether or not they're gonna fight.
You roll over your own body and see that of your father. The silver cord still interconnecting the two. Do you cut the cord, pull on the cord, relinquish the cord, or follow the cord?
You said, do I cut, pull, relinquish, or sorry, what was the last
Or
one?
follow the cord?
Um. Hmm. I guess pull it.
You pull upon the cord, making it more taut. The interconnectivity between these two things follow it. Do you now do something else or continue fucking with the body and cord?
I guess Lizran turns to what were my other options again?
The table, the outside, the city, or the stars?
I'll look at the Lizran's gonna look at the stars.
I see. I see. What color star do you go to?
Just pick a random color.
Okay, roll D100.
No. I'm saying, like, is that what I'm doing?
No, there's like all the colors you can imagine. Well, what star you like imagine?
Okay. I like a nice cyan.
I see. I see. You go to the cyan. Your fate has been sealed. Okay.
Wait, hold on.
You look upon a color pool of cyan color. A cerulean sea sits before you with harmonic waves coming across. You have a new class now as you
Oh.
awaken. As you've gotten 3 strikes for Bard. Lizran wakes up and sees a Bard.
Oh. Okay. Huh. Not what I was expecting. I'm assuming because my dad is, I think, a bard. He's like a sublime
He's a sublime chord, yeah.
I'm assuming that had a lot to do with it.
Oh yeah, so if you get 3 strikes, it goes towards 1. So cyan is Bard color in the stars, slash a star slash sublime chord follows astrology. So that becomes that. Then secondarily, you pulled the string taut, therefore meaning the connection between the two things, the thing before you, becomes stronger, which means, there you go, class similar in nature to thing that is on the ground already. Then you picked the class which a guy who has classes in Fide, which is essentially Bard Wizard and Bard. So 1 point for a variety of things. Then tightened it and then went to the Bard star.
So I never got 2 strikes with anything other than bard.
Yeah, no.
I just
Yeah, you pretty much speed ran the Bard, yeah. Tyson's took like longer by a little bit because he kept second guessing himself and turning and doing something else. He was like, I go to the table. I pick some trinkets and toys. I go to the stars. I come back down. I don't like the stars, actually. I go outside.
I mean, I feel like at this point I have to go sublime chord, right?
I mean, maybe. I mean, you're 7 levels Bard right now, which, I mean, yeah, you could go
Yeah.
10 Bard and 10
I'm just
Sublime
looking.
is a good one. Or honestly, you could go 1 level Dip Wizard next level, then 2 level like Lyricist Theurge or whatever, then 10 Sublime is also another one that's kind of aight.
I guess I'm gonna look and see what this class does. Because I know it's a support class, generally. But I do not know what all they do.
Fair.
Wow. Honestly, the first thing I looked at, someone was like, this is my Bard build. And the stats are eerily similar to what Lizren currently has going. Apparently, they are very good skill monkeys and faces, and then Constitution and Dexterity are just generally good.
True. Also,
Okay, well, I guess I'll mess around with this.
Dragonfire Adept. I mean, it's better than Warlock, but still just fundamentally Warlock, honestly. Like, it's just Dragon Warlock, so it's C tier. Back to this. The Mariner.
I am going to hop out now, but thank you for...
Not a problem.
I will be the best damn bard to ever bard.
You better be. Waggles finger at you.
I mean, I'm just gonna make Sasha even better. Like, I think that's just the thing I go for now. I just buff Sasha. I need to look and see, like, different, like, class, Oh, there's a lot of alternate class features and variant classes. Okay.
Indeed.
I'll start here. Alright, well, Badoo.
Badu.
Fine. Actually, pretty happy that he got Bard. Not gonna lie.
Same, I like Bard. Mariner is I don't know, it's so weird because like I was telling Narshall about this. I was like, in theory, if you have someone to put you in a cage match over and over and over, or you're on an actual ship, the Dirty Strike and back-to-back is actually really effective. And then you do essentially get... only get like 2 bonus... and you get a bonus feat every 5 levels, just like fighters. So you're like a weird bard fighter. You also get the equivalent of bardic knowledge. And you gain the Seaman ability, which is not very good. It's just like a +5 to things that are relevant 90% of the time. Balance can be helpful, and so can climb. Profession for free is also nice. A sailor profession is one of the best because it can be used to supplement other skills a lot. It can be in D tier. It's like worse than Monk, I think. Better than Scout, maybe. Because like I said, the cage match is like, in theory, cage match is actually really effective strategy for it. True, Charisma is one of the easiest to bump up. The Master. Really good NPC class. Really good NPC class. The Blacksmith. You know, Foof convinced me yesterday, we actually talked about it, that Master probably shouldn't be lower than a C tier. The problem is, you can't mix and match Sage, Professional, Performer, and Craftsman. So the primary focus becomes like, The secondary focus is like, you get it, but it's not quite as good. And it's not like you can get like multiple either. Item of Legend is pretty crazy though. Like the Blacksmith. The Blacksmith. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, don't underestimate the Blacksmith. I think it's literally a weirdo. I think you can do a lot with it, but I just really don't think it's relevant. Because yeah, you really do just kind of sit there and like support wizards are very powerful. Uh, but it's also you're not a wizard, but you can also just make stuff and then go out and be like, I buff my allies. It's another good leadership type of dude to have, but I don't know. I feel no particularly strong way for it. Mystic, one of my favorite classes, worse than Cleric, but is just better. It's Cleric who doesn't need a god. So all the things I said that logic gaps clerics of, oh yeah, God doesn't actually have this ability, whatever, whatever, whatever. You have to pick whatever. You just get one favored domain. That's your domain. And then you have like, essentially, you're like a little bit cleric-y, a little bit sorcery. So yeah. You get any one domain you want. It's only one though. So it is worse than cleric, but better than a lot of other things. I think it's a solid low B tier. I think it's like kind of the gatekeeper for B tier. Because if you can't beat a cleric with a single domain and spontaneous-esque cash thing, like I said, it's definitely worse than cleric in every way, but it's also interesting because it can't get logic gapped. So like, I think it's an interesting play. Night Stalker. Do you want to be edgelord? Question mark. This is the class for you. You can rebuke undead, spirit companion, spiritual symbiosis, spell casting as the mystic does, trap finding, detect undead at will. There's so many random necromancer things. Like I have to. Like unfortunately. The spirit companion thing is actually kind of neat. Like, it's actually pretty good. Like, it's actually pretty crazy. Okay. There's so many ways to do necromancer. I really just don't think this class is good, but the thing that makes it crazy is you get 3 cohorts. I think it's just really breakable. Like it's really interesting in a lot of ways. Oh, it's big too. We're gonna do okay. Anti-necromancer. Yeah, it's freaky. Yeah, it's anti-necromancer necromancer. Because the ghost companions are crazy. Like at level 6, you just get leadership fee without a leadership fee. You're a walking party on your own, because you're a shitty rogue at that point with some spell casting. And I don't feel like you're playing Night Stalker to be a Night Stalker. You're gonna be like, hey bro. Because at level 12, you can have 2 level 8 cohorts, functionally. Even if your DM's really mean to you and tells you, oh, well, cohort rule 1 for 1, you don't get the leadership cohort, you get, you have to take away 2 class levels to get an actual player class, and the ghost has an EL of, like, 2. That's still 2 level 4 guys by your side. And then that gets crazier, because if you do go all 20 levels into this, and you get undead leadership, undead leadership likely doesn't stack on this class, sure. But you could get a 4th ghost companion who's like the leader of the pack. And even if your DM's really mean to you and logic gaps you of, oh, well, actually, it's a -4 to be a non-peasant class. you could still at that point, by the time you hit level 20 in this class, have access to like -4, 14, one level 10 player character who's just your bro and is a ghost. You could probably have two of those with the undead leadership companion too, because that would take a penalty. But yeah, you have like two and those guys, and then you could have like a level 13 peasant ghost. You know, like it's pretty neat. I think that's pretty strong actually. I think the rest of the class is pretty much useless, but that's like a really make or break ability right there. I mean, Dragonlance. Advanced Learning's not horrible too. I'm putting it in C tier. It does not shrink, is what we've learned, Jester. it's bad.
Sad.
Speedrun time. Noble is literally a peasant class, and it's the best of the peasant classes. So wherever we put peasant classes, it has to just be one tier higher. So I think it's probably going to the bottom of C tier instantaneously. Because I think every other peasant is going in D or F tier. So, like, shrug. That's the best I can give it is C. And it might get moved down to a D. It might get moved down to a D. But, like, I know I'm not going to put all the peasants into F tier, so it's like, it's kind of disingenuous. I feel like there's not a legit way to answer this. I think I do just put it in, like, high D below Lurk. Factotum. I do everything, and no one plays me, but I am actually fundamentally the single best choice for being a guy, a goob. I feel like it would just be it's B tier. Because it's better than Mystic. You get a little bit of everything, well and truly, tons of skill points. No one ever plays the Factotum, but it's the second most. Artificer's the first most picked. Yeah. Artificer's the first most picked cohort class / NPC class. Factotum's for sure the second. One of your Night Stalker goons. Yeah, this is kind of making me think. I think Night Stalker might be B, unironically. The class is bad, but you get 3 other classes, essentially. As I'm saying, like, Factotum practically is, like, you could just have a level 10 Factotum chilling with you as Night Stalker. Oh no, it's so hard to pick with Night Stalker. I'll leave it at B for now. I think it's kinda... It's hard to pick for that one, I ain't gonna lie. Artificer. The goon himself. Let's be real, chat. If Artificer isn't at least A tier, this list is completely thrown out the water for, like, credibility. It's gold for it's spell per gold at that point. You're decent enough skill monkey. You get so many bonus feats with the craft feats, pretty much all the craft feats for free. You get discounts. You get XP stipends. Anything your party wants, you can build. So, like, it has to be A. I could put in literally a weirdo, but, like, arguably it should be S tier. But the problem is, not many people are coming into play and playing an Artificer. They're making a cohort be an Artificer, or they're hiring an Artificer, or whatever the case might be. So I really just don't think you're that excited. I also think that personally, you're not very excited 9 times out of 10 to see one at a table. You're just like, oh, okay. Yeah, I know how this shit's going. Archivist is B. Another really easy one. Because it's just Cleric Wizard with a handful of extra abilities, none of which compete with the Cleric or the... It's just like another option for Mystic, essentially. Where, like, it's good. Really good. But not as good as the sum of its parts. Dread Necromancer, the I touch myself class. The I heal myself by touching myself every turn class as my undead minions eat people. Really, really good prestige class fodder. Because you can go into any of the necromancy prestige classes with it. The Yevshni. Okay, Goob, I gotta go bed. Please post the list later so I can look through it. Will do. Also, the VOD will be up. It'll probably be like 5 more hours, I ain't gonna lie. Knowing how this is going. I'm just kind of speedrunning now, though. I think it's also just a B tier class. It's just, it is really strong. You get Lichdom at a certain point, too. You also get a handful of minor bonuses, DR, Scabrous Touch. Like, you get something every level, and while your spell list ain't great, it is still full spell list. You can get into any prestige class. The crazy thing that you can do is the... Ugh. Undead Mastery at level 8. If you can make 8 levels, it just makes any other necromancy build better. So if you cheese it and your DM lets you cheese it, this is how you get your undead army. Right here. Okay, Incarnate. Weirdo, for sure. He's a weirdo class. But I really want less than 5 weirdo classes in the list, to be honest with you. I feel like it's very, very... Like, it'd be really... Like I said, the credibility goes down with each person in that class. So, I think... Incarnate's really good. Especially Evil Incarnate is really good. And then there's also some other pretty good abilities that you can get. You know, level 1, you can essentially get a +2 weapon for free instantaneously. If you're evil, you can get Nicarnum Blade. And Nicarnum is one of the best things. There's a lot of really OP stuff you can do. I think going in at all 20 levels is really not great. I think in general, it's another hard B tier carry. B tier carry for sure. Because it is really strong. Really strong. You're excited to see what people do with it, too. There's a lot of options. A lot of neat stuff you can do. Soulborn is garbage. F tier instantly. Worse than both the other Incarnums. They feels like they put one bad in just to make it so it's not too good. Because Totemus has legitimately good use cases for natural weapons. And sure, it's worse than Druid in a lot of ways. But, like... Yeah. Soulborn just is really bad across the board. I know there are some uses for it, but really not as interesting either. Totemist, guess where it goes between the other two. It's C tier. It's good C tier. It has some really strong use cases. Similar thing with the Barbarian, enough skill points to immediately buy off a literacy. Wild Empathy is nice. The Totem Bind is really, really interesting, and over time, the Totem Bind can be really, really good. But, like, it kind of falls off later levels. It's, like, good for some dips. It has some decent uses, but... Incarnate was the main point of the book, and was by far the best, and has the most you can do. Anything else is a little questionable. Favored Soul. Ooh, boy. Ooh, boy. You could be Pun Pun. Logic Gate says you're never going to be Pun Pun. I mean, there's definitely some interesting stuff you can do, though. Huh. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. It's a hard choice once again. I think it's, you're a full caster. I think this is for sure the weirdo category, because I was gonna say, hypothetically, this is how you Pun Pun, I think. I'm looking right now. Divine Minion is how it goes. One wizard, one divine minion. I remember there is something with Favored Soul that you can do. That's pretty crazy. Cleric Growth. Yeah, I mean, it's just... 9th level casting, Cleric Growth for attacks. No domain, though. You do kind of get a dragon option, a fiend option, so it does have some sauce in it. I don't know if anyone would like it. I don't know. There's a lot of interesting thing on it. I'm gonna put it into weirdo. It's like my third. Like I said, if it's any more than 5 in there by the end of this, I definitely think that I lose credibility, but I think definitely this one has to go in there. We're talking about Bard stuff in the back of the car. Yeah, I don't know. I think it's definitely in the weirdo category. I don't know. It just like feels like it's hard to determine simply because I really just don't think a lot of people would let someone play this. Like, I think it's just odd, like an odd class to be. I'd probably do it, but it's like all saves good. Damage reduction. It just feels like it does literally everything. Uh, it's not the Pun Pun one that I thought it was, but it does definitely feel odd. Healer, actually pretty good. I know hardcore hates the healer. I also know that other people hate the healer. Uh, I think the any good thing makes it kind of suck. I think the new life thing is also kind of like, I think it's new limb comes too late, new life comes too late. Celestial Companions, cool. Yeah. From Unicorn. Unicorn Companion. It's just very silly class. I mean, like, I think it's in solid C tier. Its spell list isn't very good. Which is really where it fails, I think. Because it doesn't have Cleric Growth, has lower health than Cleric. Uh, 2 good saves. Good abilities. Really good abilities. But, like, come on, it's the healer. What did you expect, you know? At that point. Marshall is the Aura Master. You have auras. Unfortunately, auras, there are things that break auras that are not that hard to get access to. There's also. Yeah. It's just worse White Raven in every way, unfortunately. Like, I can see it being fun. That's why I'm keeping it out of F tier. I'm keeping the F tier out of my mouth, for sure. But it's just worse White Raven in every way, unfortunately. I think it's fun, though, so it's going into D because in the case of a lot of the ones in F tier, it's just so bad that even if you want to play it, eh, the lore wise, the fun the fun line, you'd have to really have a DM who's willing to do like everything for you, and I don't. Because like if anyone came forward and was like, I want to play one of these classes in F tier, I'd probably be like, you sure don't want to play something else? Just play this instead. It gives the same feel, but it's just better. You know. War Mage. The only thing is, I feel like it's always worse than Wizard. It's good for certain builds of Uber, Hyper, Omega, a lot of things, but like, eh. Hmm. I'm looking at other things, sorry. Yeah, favorite soul seems to be contentious on the internet as well. Are you winning, lady and gentlemen, singular? Uh, yeah, sure. I think so. Hello, Dr. Frederick. Okay. I mean, War Mage, it's good at what it does. It's never bad, but like it's not. You're kind of excited to see what people do on the table when it comes out, when it gets like thrown out and stuff. I think I have to keep the favorites all due to the nature of his contentious thing in weirdo tier, unfortunately. War Mage though is like probably in between Wujin and Incarnate in terms of like legitimate goodness. Because it does give you the stacking benefits, but like it can't be used. There's a lot of answers or buts. Its spell list is really limited, but if you want to just blow people up and be a blaster caster, the dips can be effective. Hmm. Okay, next up we got the Shaman. We love the Shaman. I mean, they're pretty good. They're the extra domain, no one complains about. They're kind of lackluster because they just don't have the support that clerics have, unfortunately. The unarmed damage is neat. The third domain is neat. The clash just overarchingly is really, really neat. I'd be really interested to see someone pull up to this as the table. And then, like, have a, for instance, having a cleric and a shaman that are, like, kind of, rivals or whatever would be kind of a fun gimmick, I think. It's not good for a dip like a cleric is, which means I think it is probably a tier below cleric just by simple nature. It's as fun as a cleric at the table. It's logic gated less so than the cleric is. It's less logic gated, but still not logic gated to some extent. The spells are slightly worse. So they're interesting. The bonus feat's also nice. 4 bonus feats is pretty good. The fact that I have 2 good saves and the ability to add their charisma modifier to saves too, and have access to rebuke undead / turn undead, pretty powerful. Then they also get like an animal companion. So it's another do a little bit of everything class. Not as much support as some of the others though. But I think it's pretty cool. I think it'd be fun to see one at a table too. The Sohei. So Key Frenzy, yeah. The little bit. Another do everything class that's not good at anything, unfortunately. Unlike some of the others on this list that have some of the support, or like, oh yeah, you can do some crazy combo. You're the Shaman, anything that has an unarmed strike growth table, in theory, can be buffed to a ridiculous degree by just casting a permanency and enlarge person on yourself and getting a feat. Like, because it can't get up to 2d20 fist damage, but it can still get up to pretty big fist damage too. So it's like there's just a certain level of power implied. The Sohei's pretty D tier, to be honest. It's pretty bottom of D tier. I mean, like, it's a C tier class, probably. Like, I would say, unironically, like, it does a little bit of everything, which is pretty nice, but, like, I have to put in C tier, I think. It's like it's either the Gatekeeper. The Gatekeeper keeps being moved, because the problem is it just doesn't do a lot, but, like, Deflect Arrows is epic. Even if you have bad whatever, Die Hard is really good. Spells are really good because it means functionally you can steal the ability to like not die for yourself. Metal is crazy. Metal's very good. It's anti-evasion. But the problem is the key frenzy is just really bad. And the tireless frenzy at 17, you're not gonna want to go to 17 most likely. Whirlwind frenzy, okay, that's pretty good, but like it comes too late to be usable. Skills are incredibly limited like most martials, but the lawful lit rating also kind of makes it's like really hard. I kind of wish there was an in-between C and D tier here, because I'd put a lot of classes on the in-between C and D tier. Beguiler, quite simply, I feel like it is on par consistently with Spell Thief. They're both sneaky little goobers. Another interesting table dynamic would be Like a Spell Thief and a Beguiler showing up to the table and competing. I think that'd be very neat. The dead levels aren't too broken. I think that there are some situations where you might be able to talk a DM into giving those to you. But I think it's pretty good. The ability to, at level 20, and if you do stick with it to level 20, it is pretty good. Even if you just stick with it to level 10 and go 10 into a prestige class, it's pretty good. Armored Mage at level 1 makes it a pretty effective dip, but, like, there are limits, obviously. Because, like, you can't do Armored Mage and other spell casting types. But that said, if you need only a, like, 1 level dip and you want to be an Armored Mage, right? And you're going into a class that has, like, only a requirement for level 2 spells, Precautious Apprentice, you dump into Beguiler with Precautious Apprentice, and you kind of just have that already. So, like, it's pretty good at that rate. The only one good save is kind of ridiculous, though. I think that's pretty bad. Yeah, shrug. Dragon Shaman, the third Shaman. Better than Dragonfire Adept, moving on. At least you're not having to focus on, like, secondary evocations and things. While it makes it less versatile, its abilities are also just all better, for the most part. Like, sure, there might be some exceptions to that, but, like, I could see this guy walking up and being like, the aura thing's kind of bad, too, but, like, it's not bad. It's, like, it's standable. Duskblade. The cousin of Hexblade. Honestly, if your DM lets you take the errata of Hexblade, which is only semi-canon, or the dead levels, or takes a kind interpretation of Hexblade I just feel like is better than Duskblade all the time. The quickened casting is, like, kind of okay. You know, there's some interesting things you can do, like, I don't know, like, the arcane attunement's nice, but just never, it doesn't feel... I wish there was more abilities like arcane attunement, where you just have, like, some kind of shitty spells that might come up sometimes and are just kind of really flavorful. I think wizards could have really benefited from that, but the wizards are already too good, so fair enough. Yeah. Knight. Really cool in concept. Really non-functional on paper. Don't think they're too good. I'll put them in D tier too. I mean, I don't think they're worth an F tier. I think they are just like, yeah. Crusader, instant F tier. Instant F tier. Okay. The only reason they're an F tier, though, I will admit, is I feel like 9 times out of 10 people don't understand how to use them, and they get logic gated. Because people are gonna be like, well, what are you talking about? That's crazy. White Raven. White Raven is impossible, and you can cast Resist Death or Delay Death and make yourself immune to damage. I feel like 9 times out of 10, if you say that at a table, though, you're just literally gonna be told to make a new character. It's, okay, I delay the death. I resolve to not take this much damage, then I don't take it. And it's also a thing in saying that's like, okay, hey guys, you can't not resist this. Like, it takes it at time you took it, so that delaying damage doesn't fully work like that. I feel like it's just asking to argue with your DM at that point. So it loses a lot because, like I said, the logic gate problem and the actual excited to play at the table problem dumps all of its point scores. So even though maybe if we argued, okay, it should have 5 points for power because White Raven and everything else, which I think is a really not good argument, I really think that it goes into, among all the Blade ones, I think it goes into F tier. Sword Sage. It one's with White Raven, right? I think. Stance is known, blah, 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 blah. Oh my God. So much reading. You don't get White Raven. So sad. Okay. That seals its fate. It's very nice. Sword Sage is quite powerful for a variety of reasons. Extra maneuvers means extra spells. The spells are just good in general. But doesn't have White Raven, so it's C tier. And I know I said I was going to try to avoid that, but also gets evasion, like, even among classes that get evasion late, it gets it really late at 9, and then it doesn't get improved evasion until 17. Maneuver is known as very good, but, like, White Raven is too powerful. It's, like, too broken. So the power gap is just, yeah. Warblade's the one I was thinking about. Warblade has the best of both worlds. It's better than Crusader, doesn't cause arguments at the table. You'd be excited to see it, but you also get to sneak by, not telling your DM you have White Raven, and then break the action economy. I don't think it's an S tier, but I think it's a really high A tier. You also get a bunch of bonus feats, too. Stance Mastery. You get Uncanny Dodge at 2 and Improved Uncanny at 6. Meaning, a lot of things I'm saying were like the lateness of Warblade coming just does not affect our boy here. Okay. Binder. S tier. I know a lot of people say, oh, Binder's not that good, it's not as good as Wizard, it's not as good as whatever the fuck. The thing is, if you're allowed all materials, it's amazing. If you're not allowed all materials, it's one of the best single level dips in the game. It's consistent no matter when you're playing it. A single feat, because like it's like Defined Once Upon a Time said, you kind of need 3 feats to play a Binder if you're playing Binder long term, but once you have them, it's really good. Even if you're not allowed Zekril, you can be a better assassin than the assassin by going full Binder, unironically. So like that's enough on its own. Tenebrous is really strong. Even if you're not allowed Green Lady, you're probably allowed Zekril. If you're not allowed Zekril, you're still allowed Abyssin. So it's like there's just always a fallback, even if you're bound to just Home of Magic. Like I said, if you're bound to a thing in the same way that Sorcerer was bound to, of, okay, let's say you're allowed Player's Handbook 1, Player's Handbook 2, whatever campaign saying you're in, and then 1 supplementary material, and that's how they're doing it. They don't want anything crazy this game. You picked Home of Magic and you're crazy anyways. Because sure, it falls off at certain levels. It's not as good. But being able to bind, being immune to so much stuff that it gives you, the ability to gain crazy pluses to your bonuses from the enhancement to Binder. Binder's just broken. because it's complicated, I feel like a lot of people don't get into it, but like you pay off the feat cost, even if you do go all 20. You get Perma Mind Blank as a supernatural ability, and 5 pack augments if you go 20. If you don't go 20, I mean, you still have 2 good saves. If you go only whatever, Knight of the Sacred Seal is also insane. So if you're going 15 and 5 even, you're really powerful. Bloodlines break it. It's just, it's too much, like I said. It's in the same weirdo category as Sorcerer, but if you imply the same things that made the Sorcerer be in weirdo category, the binder's just free. Shadowcaster, unfortunately, not very good. I wanted to like it so much, but like without an extra splat novel or like an extra splat, like whatever, it's okay. It's good, but it would need a couple of erratas to be really good. So like, I'm putting it at the C tier pretty low. Some of its prestige classes are aight, but yeah. Hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. True Namer, really underrated. I think people get too in their head about the DC increases and don't just pump their skills to accommodate. I think it's better for a dip than what most people say. If you already have a skill monkey class, a dip isn't that crazy. So, I mean, like, the level 20 ability is also very silly. And, like, I feel like it's better than a lot of people give it credit for and is pretty comparable with Shadow Mage. I think Tome of Magic was just a really good book. And people underestimate it because Binder was the best thing to have come out of it by a long mile, and Shadowcaster was really cool, and people just go, well, like, you know. And I do feel like it's fair in a lot of ways, but I do definitely think that True Namer, like, you can get plus 80 on skill checks. Very cool. And that's all our base classes for now. Now, the peasant classes aren't included, but oh well. Oh, one sec. Nope, we're good. Oh yeah. Prestige class time's gonna be a nightmare. I can probably rush through this pretty well. But yeah. Because for instance, some of them I'm gonna cheat on, I ain't gonna lie. Like, I'm probably gonna combine all the thralls and throw them in C tier, I ain't even gonna lie to you. Cause like they're all kind of just like, you know, the same but different in a way. They're all kind of in that same general category of uses. So like, you know, that saves me a little bit of time, but other than that, I'm probably gonna keep going legit. I gotta take a break for 1 second though, so BRB chat. Um I am going to quickly go use the restroom, grab some food and stuff. So I'll be back in 1 second, and then we'll get into the prestige classes. And then, like I said, we're gonna get into Mongoose Publishing shenaniganry too. So, boom. We are gonna speedrun a lot of them though. So. Alright, here we go. I have Cheez-Its, I have drinks. I realize there's no point in muting myself because actually it doesn't actually mute me. Didn't realize that at the time. Little stupid. Don't worry about it. Okie splokey. So the thing with prestige classes is it's gonna be way quicker because they either are or they aren't. There's no in between. There's no, oh, you have to consider so much. That not really. So let's go. As a picture, I'll use a picture. If not, not. Same thing as before. Arcane Archer. Air of Death is useful, but you're also not getting it in time. Having to be an elf is annoying. It means you're gonna have a lot of people who don't know how to RP in the early game, being all elves upon this prince, so on and so forth. So, you know, it's hard to say. I think it is pretty good, and I do recommend it for people who've never tried it before. It's pretty fun, but I think it is like a lot are going in C tier, and I'm aware, but like a lot of them are just C tier. There's some silly things you can do in theory with it, which is pretty good. I've heard a lot of people talk about how cool their build is and how fun it is. So I think it's like a pretty top tier C tier, but Arcane Trickster. I mean, like, it's kind of acceptable. I think it's just rogues just aren't worth it in a lot of situations. Full 10 prestige though, with pretty much doubled sneak growth is pretty good. The prereqs to get into it are kind of bad though. So if you aren't choosing it, I think, you know, ID. Assassin, we did Archmage. Obviously A tier. Assassin's good for dips. It's like a very classic prestige. Easy enough to get into. Death attack, crazy. Good spells, pretty goated. Not super optimized, but hey. Blackguard, I cut his legs off. Very sad. Oh, I got hit when that happens. It's fun. Unironically better than Paladin a lot of the time. Hard to get into though for what it is, which is evil Paladin that's a little better. I think him and his assassin buddy go side by side. Like, you're not gonna fight many good creatures is the issue. The Fiendish Servant is pretty nice. But eh. Dragon Disciple. Quite cheesable. But also completely unnecessary, I feel. Any dragon thing. Yeah, any dragon thing is really cheesable in 3.5, but like I just don't think it's worth it. There's a million ways to be a dragon. And this is like, oh fuck, I didn't know how powerful and cool it was. I want to be a dragon. But I can't retroactively get into one. And my DM won't let me savage species ritual. I could reincarnation gamble, but then I like this character and I don't really want to do that. And there you go. Duelist, kind of irrelevant. 3 feats to get into something that other classes get you already. Lets you mix and match more. So you know what, it can be D. Dwarven Defender. Unfortunately, I think dwarves are better than elves in this situation. You're more likely to see someone who, if someone is RPing for the first time and whatever, this isn't a knack to people who are getting into the game. I'm not that Puritan about the game. But the thing is, people are more likely to give dwarves more personality traits than what they are with the elf thing. So I think I'm more excited to see someone coming for the first time and being like, I want to be a dwarven defender. I want to be a strong, stout dwarf. And, you know, they might add in some memes like, short? What do you mean short? But, like, a lot of them are actually pretty funny. Like, I accept. It's like a pretty good standard for martial classes, too. You don't want to die? Simply don't. Is the honest to God answer is this. Because, like, it's not great, but it's good enough. And, like, if you're in a party that's kind of optimized and in a 4-man group, you're not going to hate taking this. Like, you're not going to feel worthless because it's going to be like, sure, this guy who's spellcasting is going to blow up the moon or something like that. But, like, with this, your AC's high. Your defensive stance, pretty effective. Like I said, you don't want to die, just simply don't die. The uncanny, you know, dodge, pretty good. Pretty good. Improved uncanny dodge. And so the thing is, it's not like the dodgy type. You're just standing there not getting hit. Really good. Mobile defense also means you can slowly walk. I say grudge match, really good for grudge matches. You're just not going to die. Mm-hmm. Eldridge. Worst of the martial casters, in all honesty. It's very sad. The spell sword. Not a very good spell sword. Hierophant. Worse than Archmage and Arch Scion, but like, okay. Of course they're going to be. Still a solid A tier. Horizon Walker. Really campaign dependent. If you're doing planar travel and stuff, it can be pretty good. If you're doing like, if your DM gives you an opportunity to shine, it's pretty nice, but like, eh. The flight's pretty cool. I think it's D though, because it suffers from early prestige classes of just not doing enough or all doing one thing. Like a 1 level dip could in theory be good, but having to get to 6 to get to terrain mastery, planar, in order to get weightless is pretty crazy. And also, like I said, if the DM lets you shine by giving you access to a variety of interesting planar effects, then sure. But this is a general allowance thing. So yeah, I'm not too sure about it. Lore Master? I think it falls off because of the existence of other things. If it can shine, it's useful enough because of full 10 caster. But it's such a huge feat requirement that, like, I don't think it's one of those things where you can just say, yeah, I dip into it. Like you're kind of stuck. You have to want to get into it. You have to want that shit heavy. And you're not getting there yet, you see. It's pretty easy with Wushin, hypothetically, right? But you're looking at the earliest you can get into it, 8th level. At 8th level, it's not that useful anymore. I mean, 1 feat for free, but like you paid so many to get into it. I have to put an F. An extra second on the slot's not bad. An extra feat for free is okay, but yeah. Mystic feared though. I think I should just be able to tell you. It's like automatically A tier. Because I mean, no matter how you're doing it, it's so much cheats. Even if it's not cheats, even if you just legitimately want to play, I want a multi-class, a cleric, and a wizard to be a cleric of Mystra. Easy A tier. Cleric wizards are just very good, very cool. Archivist wizards too. You know, There's just a lot of them are just gonna go into A tier. Some of them are gonna go into like C tier, but like most of the dual progression classes are like a D tier. They're not very good. In the case of Eldritch Knight, the cost is too high, or like immediate A tier, or immediate like C tier. Red Wizard's pretty fun. The circle is pretty cheesable, but like it's fun. It's good. Easy enough to get into. But the feat cost is just really heavy too. The human only is also rough. The fact it's only available in certain campaign settings, and like, even if your DM lets it be much more lax, like, okay, you don't have to be human, you just have to have a general similar interest to Thayan culture. I think the issue is it just falls short over time. Like, the scribe tattoo, pretty good, don't get me wrong. Pretty nice. But it's also 3 feats for your party, yeah. So, like, if you go all 10, you're, like, good. You buff your party, that's pretty nice. You're also evil, so, like... And ban another school of magic. Because I personally like, I'm gonna put in C, even though realistically it should be in D. I think there is some argument it could be higher, but... Shadow Jump, very good for Shadow Dancer. Summon Shadow, pretty nice. The problem is... the XP cost, among other things. Since we're assuming your DM's not gonna let you thought bubble or bottle or other crazy things like that. I think you're pretty much you live and die by the instantaneous hide in plain sight ability. Now, if you don't have the majority of the things, like, you're not... A lot of these are redundant, right? Like, evasion, you might already have evasion from being a rogue. Like, why, why wouldn't you at that point? Or, like, it doesn't further spellcasting, so a lot of the other things that make it not redundant are just, like, not super worth it. Silent spell, Let's be a beguiler, honestly. I think it's F tier, because I said, I'd just say, play a beguiler, or you can do a lot of this stuff with other things. Thaumaturge, underrated. You only need one spell. You only need spell focus. There's a 5-level class that any summoner can take to be really good. Augmented summoning, extended summoning, contingent conjuration, improved ally, planar cohort. Sure, maybe you'll like BAB takes 1 hit, but if you're casting, you don't give a damn. I actually think this is like, the thing is, I think over time it falls off, because planar cohort's pretty cool. And the money in XP is like kind of bad in the same way it was before, but there's also so much you can do that like it's much more useful. And the improved ally augmented summoning everything, it's just free feats. All you needed to get into this was 1 feat. And you're getting 2 for free. So like, 3-level dip too. Pretty good. You can also, since it's only 5 levels, you can dip another 5 level or even another 10 level prestige class, hypothetically. Just take this 5 level dip in the middle of it. You go 5, wizard, whatever. 3, insert other summoning class adjacent thing here. Then you dump 5 in to get to 13, go the rest of the way this. I mean, any casting class, unironically, I hate to be this guy, but I think a lot of them are just gonna be in B tier because they like, oh yeah, special wizard shenaniganry. It just rides the coattails of an S rank, unfortunately. Bereavmancer, worse than Mind Mage, easier to get into though. Dual progression class, no skills of any type. Good for what it does though, so C tier. A locator. I don't hate it. I could see someone liking this class, and I'm like, honestly, it's pretty good, But in theory, if you're a race who has like mobility for free, which I know there's a handful, not many, but the problem is the BAB of 3 and needing a manifestor level of 1. That just doesn't fit for a lot of them very well. I mean, I guess you could Psychic Warrior, race that has mobility or whatever, the grab spring attack at 3rd level. Get 8 ranks of concentration. But like, I don't know, losing manifestor levels, 3 of them, is pretty bad. Opportunistic is okay, but opportunistic ain't great. I need to speedrun this more though, so I don't know. We're just gonna... I don't know, I don't have enough time to like truly examine this one. I really think I could see someone liking it, but I really don't see it being any better than Arcane Trickster. I think it's gonna be pretty comparable in every way we do it. Fist of Zakun, or whatever. The lesser of 2, I'll be honest with you. It's cool, unfortunately. There's a reason the Gith Yankee win every war with the Gith Sarai, and the Gith Sarai are too busy focusing on the fist of whatever the fuck. I hate when that happens. Just copy. Ah, okay. But yeah, Zokin. Monk ability progression is actually pretty good. It's a dual progression. But like it has its own psionic thing, so it's also like it's tolerable. It's good, but it's not great. It lets you keep being a monk, I guess. So like, but monk's not very good, so it's a hard D, unfortunately. I actually think I have to go in F because it's not even a good dual progression for the class. It's just you continue down monk. It's better than normal monk, arguably, but you would lose out on your like the big reasons you'd want to stay in monk the whole campaign. I think it's just gonna be really rough at that point for you to justify. You know what? It's only like 400 web. Easy. True, if you aren't choosing it, why bother? Yeah, it's like, yeah, it's a problem with a lot of them that they're too literal. You know, we're speedrunning now. We're going through a significantly quicker rate. So, like... You know, it's... Even though we have like 400, it's fine. I think I'll be done in the next 3 hours. I'll lift it Slayer. Okay, you're just playing Lae'zel. And you're not playing good Lae'zel. You're playing... Literally one of your class features is if someone eats your skull, they get sick. And if they're immune to that status effect, there's no downside. There's like a... Yeah, it's really unfortunate. Like, the Mind Blast thing is pretty good. The fact that it does just casually let you rewrite reality revision, though, is pretty neat. So, like, you can't even wish them to, like, oof themselves or whatever, which is, like, kinda cool. But for 9 levels, losing a Manifester level, having only one good save... It's only good if your main big bad evil guy is the Elder Brain. Like, it's too specific. Is a big problem that I have with it. If you're not fighting Eliphids, you're not fighting anything, really. Metamind. I wanted to like it. You can just get it in Erudite, and you can get it in at, like... You know, you do an Erudite, then 4 levels of Ardent, maybe. And you can make it kind of compelling. You can make a pretty compelling argument for that, because your Manifester level for Ardent functionally is your Manifester level. So, like, you know... That's a kind of compelling argument, getting in there at 5. It's pretty good at that point. I could accept that pretty well. Maybe even getting an early entry requirement and doing some other stuff, and then but only progresses you half the time. And you get 1 free manifestation a handful of times a day. Your brain gets big, too. Look at him, he's big brain. I don't know, like, there can be some compelling arguments for why this is good. A 5th level manifestation for free once a day is pretty good. 11 psi points stored inside of your crystal can be good if you're going every other day fighting, or something like that. Pretty effective. Can hypothetically even get you, if you have a couple of good items, a 8th level manifestation for free once a day. Font of Power is pretty cool. The one thing that makes it very, very broken, hypothetically, is you get infinite, infinite psi points for 1 minute. Breakable, cheesable, somewhat compelling. I'm gonna put in C because I feel like it gets logic gated. The DM says infinite isn't infinite. Or, oh, you can't share it like that. Or, well, you can't spend infinite because your manifester level is still too low. So I feel like maybe, like I said, there's some crazy Ardent combo with a single level of Erudite in there, which makes you pretty good. I don't know, though. I don't feel too compelled by it. Then you dump, like, the other 5 bonus levels you have left over into a full progression psionic class, maybe, but... Psionic Uncarnate. You know how you have a body? What if you didn't? That's literally this class. You leave your mortal flesh behind. You can turn into a psychic ghost. I don't want to be a psychic ghost personally. Funny because you need psychic body for this. You also lose 4 levels. It can be pretty good. Being incorporeal like leaves you open for a lot of the ghost walk stuff. And Uncarnate Bridge is also pretty good. Not involved with Incarnum though. You can take your body stuff into your ghost form though, which is pretty neat. It's like the bottom of C tier. And like it's pretty good in theory. But I just don't see a lot of use cases, unfortunately. Pyromania? Pyrokineticist, even? Yeah. AoE instant death at level 10 is pretty crazy. Nimbus is also pretty crazy. Heat Death is pretty crazy. I'm surprised I've never seen someone play this. It actually seems very, very strong. And kind of fun too. 2 good saves. 50% growth, like 2/3 growth, BAB too. It seems a little bad, but it's also like, yeah, sure. I guess any chaotic, sure. It's not even that bad for prereqs. I'm sure I'm missing something. This is definitely one of the ones that I don't fully understand. I'm putting it in low B though, because 2 save or die effects. Oh, I see why. The DC is just terrible. It's like DC 14 plus K save or die. Yeah, it's not the best. I'm gonna drop it to C. I see why. The saves are just too low to be effective at the level you're getting it. At level 15, most likely, you're getting a save or die fireball that does 15d6. Pretty nice. Other problem is it's centered on self. And then they have to fail the reflex save. And they have to fail a fort save to die. So the heat death is the better of the 2 abilities, which is get on at level 9. The light Nimbus is still really good though, in theory. Okay, Thrall Herd, broken. Broken unironically. We don't even talk about it. Because it's one of those ones where, okay, the DM might just ban this because of how good it is. You lose 2 Manifestor levels. Very sad. But then the problem comes down to you get leadership for free, but all of them are suicidally loyal to you. Like, they will willingly die for you because they're all mind control. So that's 135 mind-controlled peasants to follow your bidding with a level 17 character. So you can have a full caster just be your bro and like just die for you. Sacrifice levels. And you can also just superior dominate people, as in greater dominate. You actually get 2 full Mind Slave at 10th level. So, like, it's too good. It's really, really good. Sure, it takes a while to get into it, but the thing is, you're not even missing out. You could take another 5-level prestige class like Shaper, for instance. Shaper, Thrall Herd is crazy, you know, because you can have, like, you know, Manifestor level 5, I'm a level 5, Scion, whatever. We were walking around town, doing whatever you're doing. Manifesting Mind Link, easy enough to get a hold of. Then all of a sudden, you can summon epic constructs, powerful constructs. You're pretty much a party on your own. I kind of have to S tier it, unfortunately. Like, it's also good flavor-wise. Like, it's fun. That's what I'm saying, man. You're a whole party on your own. And the thing is, unlike the normal leadership feat, you take penalties when they die for you. These guys are just mind controlled. So it's like kind of fun for like a villainous character too. So like I can't even argue. I wouldn't ban it. Like I'd be very close to, but like it's fun. In a lot of ways too. Like the roleplay is very good. So like, you know, I'm probably gonna set Priest to like A tier because you're so evil that people are probably just gonna kill you. But you could at least pretend to be good as a Thrall Herd. Enough so that like there's some interesting things you can do there. Warmind. Full BAB is nice. You can just take this at a random point 10 and get better at being, you know, but the problem is its own psionic growth period. Not very good. Mini is this. Mini's pretty cool. Some of its effects are very nice. The problem is, it's never worth 10 levels. And 10 levels is what you need for 5th level manifestations. You're only learning one 5th level manifestation, and yeah. See, if you get the early entry requirements done, very good. +4 to 2 stats for free. Pretty nice. Technically gets up to 3. So +4 to 3 stats with a DR of 3 and a once per day laser beam of doom. That's not very good. The sweeping strike is very good though. Like the 5 levels in, because that's what Mini was intending on doing. Is intending on doing, who knows. But the 2 good saves too. Sweeping strike level 5, it combos off pretty good. I'm saving the epic level ones for later. If someone doesn't remind me, I'm gonna be upset with you. Okay, know what, actually? One second. I know what to do. I'm not saving them, actually. This is what I'm doing. I'm getting epic prestige classes as its own separate thing, and they're going to be my 4th, literally a weirdo class. Reason being, they're so horribly irrelevant. I could rank them off of each other, but ranking them off of other things, because I'd have to rank all of them at like level D, because they are never going to reach them in comparison to other things. A lot of them become heavily irrelevant at that point, and just building off of pre-existing prestige classes. If you get to like level 20, let's say you went all 20 in, and now it's like, well, you're epic level now, pick a prestige class. What do you want to be? I feel like just going into any other thing to clean up your build is just going to be better 9 times out of 10. So it's like, it's just a very irrelevant place to be, where they're very broken, very powerful, but shrug. That's one of my cop-out answers. Easy. I don't like how this lady's seductively eating berries at me. I looked at Fist of the Forest and ugh. She munching those berries seductively, and I don't like it. Look at that, man. We're cropping it like that, too, because, it doesn't show anything bad. But it is, like, unnerving. It's a big investment to get into it, but, like, it's a 3-level prestige class, and there's really no reason not to a lot of the times. That's, like, the problem. You have to be, like, a feral animal out in the wilderness, though, which kind of sucks. It's like Fist of the Forest, it's pretty good, don't get me wrong. It would be in the in-between C and D tier if there was that, but there's not, so, well. Forest Reaver. Forest Reavy. Since the death of God, there's been a job opening. So true. Pretty much all the epic, yeah, because all the epic ones are kind of irrelevant at that point. It's like, eh. Never heard of this one, I'll be so honest with you. It really doesn't feel that good, though, because it's a 2-level feat dip. And you must have be chosen by a Guardians of the Green and take a 6-member apprenticeship time. Okay, so you're just a Guardian of the Green, bro. We love the green. I'll see why you would ever take this over just going more into Ranger. It's a problem. Like, this really feels like one of those prestige classes where the DM was hesitant to give real player levels to an NPC, but they're supposed to be important. So he's actually a level 5 adept who has 5 levels in the green. Or whatever, you know? Like 6 levels or whatever. Something like adept or warrior or something like that. I mean, earlier camouflage could be nice in theory, but... Whew. Hmm. Druid, but not really. Crazy. More Guardians of the Green. That's probably why I've never heard of this one, because no one's ever been Guardians of the Green, bro. They've never been in any campaign, and there's not an equivalent in my world, so people don't even ask. Makes sense. So you're pretty much how I understand this is you're a plant cleric, and you want druid abilities. But you don't want a multi-class druid. That would be ridiculous. So you get rebuke plants now. Like, okay. I can't rate it lower than C. Because it's just okay. I mean, like, it's pretty good across the board. There's nothing egregious. It's just you're a druid, but you didn't want to take druid levels. We have Omni-Man. I have no idea what I'm reading here, bro. Okay. I have no idea what Mythic Exemplar is meant to represent. It seems like you're having uber specific builds, and it does like 6 prestige classes that they kind of wanted to put into the game at once. Because each one has like specific lore on the paragons and do different things. So like if you're Imastri or Coatlamange, you're a caster. If not, not really. You get some pretty neat bonuses that are pretty good though. So I guess C tier because hyper specific Omni-Man, sure. But good for hyper specific build settling. I'd be kind of excited to see this at table too, because I have no idea what it is. Okay, we're back into things I know and understand now. Do you want to worship the god of felonies? Well, do I have news for you. You can become a Hell General. And you get special affiliation benefits. 5-level prestige class. You can get another 5-level prestige class so long as it only loses 1 spell per day in exchange for evil fucked up class. Crazy that you have to be any lawful, neutral good, or neutral evil. You know, it could be any of them. Ordained champion. I'm kind of messing with it, but like it honestly, you're pretty much for free if it's in a click. It's another one of those free ones that like it can help you fill out a build pretty effectively. This one might be a little bit. It also means that like it's the affiliation bonuses are written in module in module and in whatever. So even if your DM is logic gating you, if it's not banned for not fitting the lore, it also has suggested adaptations. So you're getting like access to a system other people might just not have, goodwill services, and other things like that. That said, it does take a lot of your character's time. 20% of all your time must be spent acting on the church's behalf. But you can call an entire army to yourself once or twice in a campaign. So you can be like, Army of Murder Hobos, go! You can be a B tier.
You could.
Hello.
What class you on I guess
Prognostic Apostle.
prognostic apostle. Come on.
Unironically, just better lore master for holy text.
You could qualify for this pretty early if you have like one of those races that have like a spell like ability.
Mm-hmm.
Because it just says it also counts spell like abilities of equivalent level, so you could honestly.
It's not really that worth it though. It's bad BAB, only 1 good save. It's better. It is better in every way than Lore Master, so I think it goes into like D tier. You do get to continue growing whatever your class is though, which is pretty nice. And there's also a handful of these like lores that are kind of useful. It's not worth a dip, though. You're going all in if you're going into this. And it's a nice cleric dip, in theory. And they're just talking about, you could go into the Murder God service and get some of these holy texts, and then, you know, you're rebuking people and things, you're rebuking stuff, and then you're like, ah, yes. Well, ho, ho, ho. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of, I don't know, it's because a lot of the other things also have prereqs of their own, though, which is like, the fast healing to things you summoned, though, is pretty crazy. All your bros get fast healing 5 at a certain point. Yeah, like, it's pretty good.
Oh, just 1 second. Just press the button.
Sanctified one. And you're like, okay, yeah, it's pretty good. It's okay. Gives you some interesting options. Another affiliation in class ability. Losing so much spell casting for a hypothetical ability, though, is like kind of mid. If I guess you get all the abilities, that's kind of. You get an optional like 5, and then you get to pick 3. Hmm. Yeah. It's rough in the streets of Detroit for the sanctified one. If your DM super works with you, cool. If not, not even the best class that we just has access to. It gets D for being potential, man. Paylor's Shadow Spies. Crazy. You're a rogue, but you worship the god of light, anyone? I don't know, I just never see a use case for this, to be honest. There's another one that just does this, but better. Good news, though. You can stare at your screen as long as you want. You're immune to going blind. Another Paylor class. This one's only 3 levels, though, and it's all martial. But, I mean, I guess it is knocking back your ability to get 9th levels, in theory. Because if you do this and something else here, so it's like 17 or... The Shadow Striker. Yeah, I don't know. I also just don't think it's very good, to be honest. Sun's Blessing. Daylight spell, but the problem is... Daylight isn't real daylight. Sure, you get extra Smite Evil, which is, like, pretty good. But, like, it's a 3rd level spell once a day. Wisdom into your weapon, there's, like, a feat for that, too. So, yeah. And I think it's another F tier Paylor class. Squire of Legends. It feels like you're just in the legend thing again. You're in the legend guild, but you're worse than the other guy. But you have some more interesting abilities, so sure, it goes in with their friend. Why not? Speedrun time, we're in arcane section. Like I said, piggybacking off of Mage gives them a great deal of potential. Because you end up getting something along the lines of, like, Abjurant Champion. Abjurant Champion's pretty good. Full casting. Arcane Boost. Arcane Boost on its own. Very potent. Similarly, Abjurant Armor. Anytime you cast an Abjurant spell that grants you an armor bonus or shield bonus to your AC, you can increase the value of this bonus by your Abjurant Champion class level. That's pretty crazy. Actually makes you comparable to most martials in terms of AC, stacking. I think it has to be A. Like, it's just too versatile. It's not... It's like the worst A. Now then. Eldritch Disciple. I mean, it's one of the few reasons you would want to go Warlock if you're going for a prestige class other than Hellfire Warlock. And there's nothing saying you can't Hellfire Warlock and Eldritch Disciple to give you some actual spell slots, to give you some versatility. To do, like, some lasers. I mean, it also is quite helpful because there's no reason you can't do both at that point. And with that being like that, I mean, there's really no reason not to, because the cleric abilities might let you heal, like, the damage you're dealing to yourself, or stop it in some fundamental ways, which can actually be quite helpful. It also can give you buffed healing Eldritch Blast, meaning your party can rely on you much, much more. I think it is one of the best and one of the most versatile Warlock builds. It's probably towards the top of... It's better than its Warlock counterpart, so I think I have to put in, like, B tier, low B tier. Also, excuse me, you can cheese getting into it early too, so. Eldritch Theurge. Hmm. I mean, it's aight. It's the same thing. It's gonna go in C tier. It's a combination class that I think the cleric is more useful than the wizard in this situation and gives you a better use case because you can be damage support and damage support and have access to healing. There's when you're just a blaster caster. Sorcerer's delayed spell casting. It is full growth though, which is nice. Sorcerer's delayed spell casting means it's kinda hard to get into this and still keep 9th levels. So it puts you in a little bit of a mad situation, whereas Cleric at least has use cases for Charisma. That being their rebuke and whatever. So, yeah. Enlightened Spirit? Oh yeah. All your saves are bad. That's amazing. Your Death Ward is nice. Immune to all death spells and magical death effects, energy drain, and negative energy effects, as the Death Ward spell would allow. Yeah, I don't fucking know, bro. It's like, it's hard to rape, but I kind of gotta, so. I guess D, it gives you flight. Shape evocation. Oh, and that just gives you a greater blast shape evocation. Tongues forever. This just feels like a 5e warlock. Like you're trying to mix and match shit together. So you're like, what if I could fly and shoot lasers and talk to everyone and have Death Ward? But it's also like Eldritch, once again, Eldritch plus Divine Meta Magic just gets you the same thing. But you get saves. I don't think you live that long with this class. I'll put it in like D tier. I won't tell you to play something else because it's cool enough, but it's like, ugh.
It's really cool, but I think it's one of those classes where you're like, ooh, War of Courage, War of Menace, Spirit Blast. Don't mind if I do. And just one little dip for that, because that makes it basically like a fuck you, incorporeal plus undead thing.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm like, okay, I can see why someone would probably go into this. But other than that, yeah, it's stinky.
I love all my saves being bad. Don't worry, it makes up for it in 10 levels when I get access to immunity to death. Until then, I have to live on the
By
edge.
then, like, I don't understand why they put it at 10th level for you to get that, because then, like, that's insane, yes. But by then, you're assumably already 5 level into, like, another class. So, like, unless you're one of those campaigns that, like, start at, like, level 12 or, like, whatever the fuck, good luck, honestly.
Good luck, Crow.
Good luck, Crow.
Okay. I just started speedrunning again. I was doing really good time, and then I got really bad. Anyways. Okay, Holy Scourge. It's like C. It's a better version of that one Eldritch thing. It's, I'm good, so I'm innately entitled to slightly better representation. But I'm slightly worse. So, like, the buff is nice. For the one level dip, it's also pretty good. Lyric Thaumaturge crazy. Unironically, really good. Just being a one level dip, it's modern day bard wizard. There's nothing stopping you from going into this and Sublime Chord. It's just very, very good. Generally, it's one of the better because it gives you actual class features and is a very typical, excuse me, thaumaturgy type of class. So, like I said, there's really no reason not to. It's one of those. I'm gonna put it at like B, I think. Master Specialist? Crazy. Once again, it's a thing with as a wizard, there's no reason not to. You're probably gonna take spell focus in your school specialization anyways if you are a school specialist. And while there are better options out there, at the same point you lose nothing, right? So like, if you have 3 levels left over, let's say you're going into 2 other prestige classes, and you have 3 levels, and you're like, well, I could just bounce back to wizard, sure. If you're a specialist wizard, there's really no reason not to. Can help you meet prerequisites in certain rare situations too. So I mean, this is another one of those that backs off the sheer unrelenting power that is being a wizard. Nightmare Spinner, super niche. Super niche. But good. Niche, but pretty good. You can actually... It's not as good as Dreadwitch, though. So... I think I have to put it in the D tier for being way too niche, actually. But you gain immunity to fear instantly, bonus spells instantly, and inspire fear instantly, which is actually pretty good. Deadly Nightmare is also a save or die. I love save or dies, but yeah. No, it's like, it's good if you're already in far enough, but there's so many other ways to do that. To get in far enough. That, like, you know, you have, like, the Quarry, the Quarry? How do you say it? Nightmare. Guys, you have access to Dreadwitch, you have, access to Harbinger. Ultimate Magus. I really just don't think it's worth it. I'll be honest, you're lower level because you lose 3 levels, only going to 1 instead of actually doubling it up. In hyper-specific builds, it could be useful. I don't think it's worth. I don't. Unless you have levels left over, but then you're really only gonna get to, like, level 3, so what's the point, fundamentally? Like, I don't see it. I don't see it. I like it. I like the concept. I wanted to play it in Neverwinter, but it wasn't in Neverwinter. I wanted to multi-class wizard and sorcerer with bloodline to be like an uber caster, but shrug. Because like I said, you're losing 3 on your higher leveled class, which means you're probably going to be stuck 8 and 8, unless you do some cheese. If you're doing Bloodline, not good. I think it's in C though, because it's not bad. It's really powerful for casters. Casters are always strong, and like, do you really need a 9th level spell if you have 2 8s? No, not really. Unseen Seer. Okay, I must be honest. I hate Unseen Seers. I don't think they're bad, but I don't think they're good. People always say, you might as well take it. There's no reason not to. They're actually pretty good. The Advanced Learning and Silent Spell, early enough, is pretty good. Also, if you're a Divinationist, you're pretty strong. Like, I don't know, it just really always feels like there's better options, functionally. Like, I really think even Arcane Trickster is better, but I see why people recommend this class. It's pretty good. I can't argue that. Like, it's not bad. Really not bad. Guarded Mind is also really crazy. 5 level dip to become permanently non-detectioned is really strong. But also, if you're in a low magic campaign, or you're in, it's just like a very situational thing. I think it goes in C, to be real. Wild Soul. Like, I can see it. I can see Wild Soul being good. I think it's kind of annoying to get into at that point, but I also feel like it's really not that hard. You can just be a wizard. No reason not to. Lose 1 spell thing, and if you were like, okay guys, you also get Time Stop at 10th level, which is fucking funny. I mean, in theory, you could get Precautious Apprentice, go whatever you want really at that point, and then just get yeah, then just get access. It's actually kind of funny. Oh, I need to remember to speedrun. Oh. Yeah, I mean, it's really easy to get into, so just like be easy to get into, good for like a 1 or 2 level dip, hypothetically. It's you can get in with it through a race or a single feat. Why not? Okay, Anarchic Initiate. Not good. I don't like classes like this that give you not real wild magic. They were cowards in 3.5. It's one of the few things I hate. Wild magic in 2nd edition was crazy and funny and silly and good. 5e had its own chart at least, meaning that's somewhat repetitive. It's pretty fun. 3.5 is like, haha, you get double damage. Half damage, no damage. Do you risk it? And it's like, it doesn't feel very fun. There's some fun stuff in it though, so like I think power wise it's also kind of randomized. I think like D is where it has to be B's. I want Ebon Saint to be good. I wanted it to be good so bad, but I just Lurk Ebon Saint I wouldn't want to be cool. Killing a guy, taking his identity, then fading from the person's minds around you, so like they don't know, and then coming back and pretending to be the dude and being like, ha ha ha, you know, but like getting into it's rough. Actually utilizing it feels rough. Yeah. Another failed rogue archetype, I think. I think there's definitely some, but it's also, hmm. Yeah, I feel like 24-hour thing is, like, rough. It makes a really cool ability. Like, if you could have a Rolodex of forms you stole, the ability to fade from a mind and stuff, I think there could be some actually cool potential there, but there's not. Ectopic form is actually very good. Ectopic. The double creation thing is more why you want this class, to be honest with you. It's not as good as Shaper either, but like Ectopic Adept is aight. We accept it. He's here, guys. Make way for him. He's like a C tier. Flare spawn? There's one reason you'd be a flare spawn. Oh, okay. Flare spawn? There's one reason you'd be a flare spawn. To become an Illithid Savant, yeah. Mind players are cool. The Illithid Blast. The fact you lose 4 Manifestor levels is really bad, but you have, like I said, it's very good because in theory you become an Illithid, but then you don't have enough to get into Illithid Savant anymore. So
I'm just here to roll my stats, by the way.
okay,
My hit dice.
no worries.
Okay.
The stun is good though. The bonus Illithid feat's also good. I don't know, it's like pretty C tier. In theory, if you're using it to cheese and get a Illithid Savant, then like you're pretty set though. I think it's probably better than Ultimate Magus, barely, but like it costs you a 9th level manifestation. But if you're going into a Lithid Sovereign, then you don't care. Because you're using this a silly ability to steal whatever ability you want from the brains you consume. So, Illumine Soul. Right into F tier where it belongs, instantly. No hesitation. Honestly, most of the Soul Knife is just like instantly F tier. I just have no confidence in it whatsoever. Same with Soul Bow.
This is some bullshit. I lost 2 points of health despite technically I should be like 1 higher. This is bullshit.
It's Ripperone and Pepperone. Soul Bow, yeah. Immediate F tier. I think it's worse than Soul Knife. I think Illumin Soul is hypothetically better than Soul Knife, but like the Soul Knife trio get to all be together. Storm Disciple. I want it to be cool. I want it to be cool. It's just another. It's really sad. Because, like, in theory, there's some really cool stuff in there, but it's really just. You have your little zippy zap aura, which is not nearly as good as being a bard. You could just be a bard. Electric resistance. And then the thundering property for free is pretty nice, unironically. But, like. The thing I will say though, it barely gets D maybe because I do think it's really cool. I do think it's really cool, and like I'd be happy if someone showed up to it as the table, but like they're kind of gonna suck if you don't work with them. The alignment restriction also sucks because it means you can't really like combo off of it with prestige class into prestige class. You're kind of pretty heavily limited. I appreciated how many there were. You know, I don't realize how 3.5 until you laid this out like this. Yeah, you know, considering we're only about a quarter of the way done, crazy. Uh, it is a lot, yeah. A lot of them suck, unfortunately. The Zerth Cenobite. I I like temporal things. This is the better of the two weird psionic monk gooners. Among the gifts are I. Ooh, got cold there 1 second. I should grab a coat, but I'm not going to. Easy. Yeah, no, they're pretty cool. I say as they go into D tier. Like, the temporal abilities are really cool. But so many people aren't going to utilize them to their maximum potential, and then also if they're doing that, why not just be an Erudite or a Scion and send yourself back in time with the Psi Crystal Save Scum? And finesse for. Okay, what else do I have? Avenging Executioner. You're Batman, but evil. And, you know, I think evil Batman isn't cool. I feel like this is unfortunately an F tier because, like, it's not. In theory, it's good growth for Sudden Strike, sure. But you also get mind affecting fear ability from stabbing people. Okay. And you treat fear as being able to suddenly strike people. Doesn't stack with your sneak attack. I would just have to tell someone. I really just don't think it's very good. I also think I would rather have them playing something else. I'd be like, hey, if you want to have a revenge-driven backstory, why build a prestige class around it? That's kind of annoying to get into because its skill ranks means you could get in at level 3, but the BAB means it's minimally required you have to be a level 5 character to get into it. It just doesn't feel okay. Like, it just doesn't feel very good. Battle Tricks, on the other hand, I mean, you know, it's pretty good. Skill tricks are underutilized. I kind of wish there was another. Like I said, I kind of miss the TSR Splat style books, but the Mongoose publishing things, a lot of them aren't very good. This screams like that. I wish there was another thing that like better incorporated things together. Which made there be less need for things like transparency. If there was like a, ooh yes, scoundrels of the Orient or something, and you know, Tome of Incarnum that added things like Incarnum and Tome of Magic, like symbiosis and things like that. Would have been good. Unfortunately, not the world we live in. They're D tier. They're like kind of good. Not as good as the other one, unfortunately. Dancer. I just don't think it's worth it. We're just getting through. A lot of the complete scoundrel ones are kind of trash. It's just not very good. You need to have 10 ranks of dancing to get like 2 sneak attack levels functionally. And then frightful dance. Ooh, scary. Like that's what we're at. Combat Trapsmith, pretty good. Actually, unironically, very fun. I had someone come to tables in who's literally Batman. He had like traps that he could throw out and then would flame trap, shark repellent. Oh, I'm the knight, Street Fighter. I think it's like a hard C. 6 combat traps, pretty good. Flashbang, also very good. Glitter Burst is essentially glitter dust, which is a very evenly rated spell. People tell you it's good, it is good. And level 5, you can do it without provoking an attack of opportunity. So Fighter Rogue multi-class with Combat Trapsmith, pretty nice. Fortune's Friend has a very specific playstyle that I don't hate. Definitely think it could be better. Definitely could be worse. So we're gonna put it at like, I think like a middling C. Now, let's say, in the Complete Scoundrel, they gave you a Scoundrel Paladin. Isn't that so cool? It's really a shame that it's like a paladin that's all about punishing scoundrels in the Scoundrels book. Also, isn't it really fun that you not only have to be lawful good, you also have to adhere to a strict moral code like Batman? Someone was just really obsessed with Batman when they wrote this book. And not in any of the good versions of Batman. They also have your casting as a paladin for 5 levels. For the ability to smite all alignments, really. You can't. Oh, I am the law. Yeah, it's just I don't like it very much. I think it's just gonna make everyone angry at your table 9 times out of 10. Magical trickster, good trickster class. Among the 3, second best by far. Probably because it's a caster. But, you know, I will put in C tier. Malkin Voker. Here's the thing. There's so many combos, so many things. It's overrated, but it's good. It's always good. There's no way to fuck a Malkin Voker, really. And, like, you can do so much with it. It's an easy A tier. The only problem is it's overrated, and I'm not excited about it anymore a lot of the time. And there's also it's kind of expensive to get into. Like it's a little expensive to get into, all things considered. But, yeah. Master of Mask, overrated. Underrated, middle rated, middle tier. Middle rated, middle tier, C tier. I think you can buff it a little bit, give them 1 or 2 extra masks, and give them like half casting growth instead of only growing at 1 every 4 levels. But then we have to rate it as what it is, right? I feel like you could easily be like, okay, give them a couple more mask options to help solidify build options, and just do every other level you grow at 2, 4, 6, 8, 9, rather than 2, 4, 7, 9. To do something normal, please. That's kind of, yeah. Hey, guess what, guys? Montabank's back! Montabank's back! Woo, woo, woo! And guess what? This time you don't go to hell instantly. It's a prestige class now. You get an alter ego, an alternate identity. See, there's a vigilante class in Pathfinder. It's a very good class. I like it. There's a lot of things where, like, you can put stuff like this in, like the alter ego, and actually make it useful. Unfortunately. Unfortunately. It pretty much lets you cast Dimension Door twice, functionally, at the end. And then Alter Ego is not that good. It's just Disguise Self, but extra. You get additional Alter Egos, too. which, like I said, it's cool, very fun roleplay. I think they should have just put in Ultra Ego feat, or like a vigilante class with an alternative class feature. I would like it then. If this was part of a 20 level class and you got all these benefits slowly over time, like, oh, you get sidestep, sudden escape, ultra ego, tongue of the devil, so on and so forth. But it's like all this stuff for nothing. Functionally, nothing. The fact you can use it for Arcana or Psionics, nice. But that's about it. Behold, the balding man. Yeah, I mean, it has to go enough, unfortunately. I said they really just screwed rogues a lot of the time. There are some very powerful rogues, but like... Another one where it's, hey, do you want a class that just ruins your casting in exchange for being a rogue? You can be a psi-bound agent. One psi point, and guess what, babe? You can be a rogue. Don't you love that? One level of rogue? But it's another thing where, like, the skill proficiency is that you need 8 ranks of gather intel, and it gets rough. Because you can get the other 2 at level 1. All the other requirements can be literally met at level 1, and then you need 5 ranks just to get into something that ruins your casting completely. Because it gives you psi-like abilities, which are okay, they're pretty cool, but, you know, yeah. 10 levels. You're never getting those levels back. Dominate's like, okay. But it's also like, there's just not a lot of good things. Like, it's kind of cool to have them in the world, I agree, I like those. But like... having options that are kind of bad but lore friendly are nice. But the thing is, they added too many of them in this book that I can't take them seriously. I'm putting this here so that their beams are meeting. There's a beam struggle going on. Spell Warp Sniper is way better than that, though, in all honesty. Because Ray Mastery is insane. You can just give Empower to every single Ray spell you know. Turn any 5th level spell or lower into Rays to better benefit it. Sudden Ray Strike to gain super duper laser beams. A pair of gloves in and you're really set. I really think it's good. Unfortunately, they need the beam struggle. That said, yeah, it's a B tier. The War Mage and them can struggle instead. Full growth casting too, so there's really no reason not to take it. Uncanny Trickster, A tier, instantly. It can be used to cheese to get extra levels out of a thing that doesn't, or early hit epic levels. Even if your DM logic gates you and says probably doesn't work like that, you still just lose 1 class level because it upgrades everything of the pre-existing class. And you get 8 skill points. So you get a favorite trick and a bonus trick for pretty much free. Like, you know, you lose 1 class level functionally to get 3 class levels worth of shit. And it's not great, but like it's useful. Like it's skill tricks are underutilized, like I said. Very good. Bear Warrior. You can turn into a dire bear at level 10. Another one of those interesting... Okay, Blade Singer is weird. Okay. if you actually are in Faerun, it's insane because even though you're losing half your spell casting, you essentially get lesser wish for free. So like, very specific circumstances is it good, but that's with lore involved and other things. So like, I can't put it lower than a C. But it's really not good because it's probably not working out like that. Cavalier, uninspiring, honestly. Yeah, pretty D tier. Not bad in a situation. You get something every level of it, so it's at least useful. Also, your bonus to lancing people, pretty good. All I can say, though. Dark Hunter. You get Death Attack at level 5. That's cool. I don't really know. Everything else is kind of garbage, unironically. I blend in with the wall. I can't rate it that low because of the death attack, but like, eh. Of course, they have elf version now, but it takes 10 levels to get there. More towards the elven, dwarf is better than elf agenda. I'm putting it in D, bottom of D though, because it's like, dodge critical, uncanny dodge, sneak attack. The problem is, like, you're probably going, like, 5 levels into fighter just to be a silly archer, which, like, you're not even as good as other archer builds. Really, really falls off. Did this come out right after the don't hate it solid C description? Yeah, honestly. Place a class that is only a good 2 or 3 level dip. Honestly, it's C. If it's like a insanely good, because the thing is, if I'm excited for someone to play it, right? It's advisable that I go to sleep, I'm afraid, so I'll have to catch the rest next time. Okay. Later, Dr. Frederick. See ya next time. But yeah, solid C. That's a solid C tier at that point. Because the thing is, it's being rated off of how excited you are to actually see it at your table, and how good it is, and if it can be logic gated. Because, like, you know, a lot of them, like Priest, easy S tier. The best class in game. But you're so evil, everyone will hate you, you'll die. 0 said. Dervish. Okay. I ain't gonna lie, this one I just really don't fully understand. Yeah. I mean, it's just like the other dancer. Where's the dancer from earlier? That's not it. That's not it. That's not it. Oh, there. So probably D. It's just that, but like slightly better because it's a prestige class, but slightly worse because it has prereqs. Okay, Drunken Master's very funny. Q Slosh. And honestly, it's pretty funny because you can take a single, like, one level dip into it. It's also, it's pretty fun at a certain point. So, like, I had to rate it higher than normal monk, probably. The problem is, I now can't stop. Because if I stop, and I don't do it tomorrow, I said I couldn't do that. And if I stop and continue tomorrow, excuse me, one, I lose a challenge. And two, it'd be hard to save, and we've already done this much. So why would I fail at that point? Hyper specific. And a 1-level dip and a 3-level dip are the same, so what's really the point? Exotic Weapon Master. Like, cause there is some cool stuff. Trip attack, stunning strike. But there's like other ways to get it, and it has prereqs. And like at that point, why would I do that when I can grab a feat? Eye of Grumash. Good if you're an orc. Honestly, not that good if you're an orc too, though. It's like, once again, it's another good. I'm glad it exists. I can give it to an enemy, and it's kind of cool because you rarely see it. But like, what scenario are you gonna play this? You get the ability to control a horde, but guess what? There's like an evil-ass warlord orc that's gonna come up at some point, and those are really good. Frenzied Berserker. Honestly, it's pretty good, I ain't even gonna lie. It's like, the problem is, requiring 4 feats to break into, and a BAB of 6. But like, Frenzies, very good. Die Hard for free, good. Supreme Cleave, Deathless Frenzy, Improved Power Attack, Inspire Frenzy, Supreme Power Attack, Tireless Frenzy. It just gets really, really good. Like, it's another pinnacle for the 1-level dip to Barbarian. This isn't a 1-level dip, but if you're going all in on Barbarian, you're going, this is a good way to help you get there. Hmm. Here's a blurry little gnome. Another D tier, because I'd be excited, but it's like, I don't know, one time maybe it'd be really interesting to have like these clearly NPC classes that are like, ah, yes. Because like, it's actually kind of usable, I ain't even gonna lie. Halfling Outrider's pretty good too. But like, it's another, this is a racial exclusive. Everyone always plays crazy ass races that make not a lot of sense. They don't just play. They're either humans or they're something crazy. There's never whatever one. Like, you know, it's not like, oh yeah, I'll be a halfling, sure. Into the D class. If you're a giant and can throw stuff, who's gonna be a giant who can throw stuff? When will I see one? We'll never know. Hunter of the Dead. Smite Undead. I mean, it's not really, it's not that bad. Having to lose a level, even if you get it back, though, is kind of obnoxious. I think it's like low S or D tier. Depends on the campaign setting once again. If you're fighting a lot of undead, it's just another hard counter class, really. Okay, cool, I have a bunch of stuff. The fact has its own spell progression, despite needing to be a cleric functionally at least one level, kinda sucks though. Especially since it's not even fast growth, which is why I'm putting it in high D. Invisible Blade. Good for comboing. Because you can use Kukris, and Kukris are very nice for crit builds. Adding Dagger, Sneak Attack, and Bleeding Wound and things like that. 3-level dip's pretty good. I mean, you can also do the whole Blood Swarm whatever. Or Blood whatever. Which is pretty effective. I think it goes into definitely like a C tier. It's like one of the better rogue bases, honestly. Like, I think because you could use it pretty functionally, so I think it goes into low B, actually. You're going into like a much more specific type of thing, but Bounty Hunter, the class, aka Justicar. Like, it's another NPC. Good if you're an NPC. The bring 'em back alive. Non-lethal strikes. I mean, it's really only if you want to, yeah. Kienzai. I don't hate Kienzai. In theory, it's pretty good, but like, there's just monk things that are better, and this is like weird paladin with ki. There's like a lot of hard limitations on this one, sadly. Yeah, D. I mean, like, because you can do. You become a key warlord. Like, it's just a very general combo class. It can be good, but yeah, I guess we'll keep it there. Knight of the Chalice. Unlike the other ones I was complaining about, this one could be good, but like, it's probably not yet again. Sadly, it's just like another bad situation where you're giving up so much for like a limited casting supply, and like, don't get me wrong, limited casting supplies aren't bad, but like, it gets really rough because you're at a point where you're gonna get things like, sure, you get dismissal, lesser aspect of the deity, lesser planar ally, holy smite, a greater magic weapon, and some of those are even early. Like, that's pretty good. But we're not talking like this is a blighter or this is one of the ones that gives you access like Savant where you get the double growth functionally or anything like that. Like, you're probably a paladin and you're probably actually like barely getting your spell castings worth out of this. Like, it's the same thing at a certain point with like a couple bonus spells. Which, like, at a certain point, if you're fighting fiends, another hard counter class, where if you never fight a fiend, cool. Not very good. Knight Protector. Actually pretty good. Unironically, I kind of like this one. Um, the problem is you have a huge. It's a really big investment, and it's not super worth it. And you have to follow a code that literally says death before dishonor. So like, yeah. Yeah. The fact that it stacks with combat reflexes and you can get retributive strike, which is pretty nice. It's I don't know, I'm just like, I'm kind of a sucker for like that sort of, oh yes, autobound warrior sort of deal, but like it's also it's kind of mid. I think it's C, like it's very low C, honestly, at a certain point. Master of the Unseen Hand is very funny. But beyond being really funny, not super viable, I don't think, a lot of situations. I think there's like a lot of silly stuff you can do, but I think it's definitely like a C tier sort of deal. Master Thrower crazy. Like, unironically, they just throw builds where you can become a machine gun. Becoming the machine gun and then having tricks on top of that, tricks and traps. I think it's like, it's one of the few melee builds that gets to the point, or like range builds that gets to the point of being this good. Another solid B. You're sick of your party pretending they're smart and are actually just like they're fibbing. So you send the mind spy after them because they're like, oh yeah, we're definitely gonna get this done and do this and this and this. And then someone becomes something that makes them really sad because they can't read their mind anymore and they explode and then the mind thief goes and explodes. Yep. That's that's that. Nature's warrior. No clue what's going on in this picture, but sure. Looks cool. That's just not as good as normal druid though. It's a problem. So I guess it goes into it goes into like C tier. At least it progresses casting half the time, but like it's a little too late.
It's Nature's Warrior is one of those classes where I don't know. People glaze it a little bit too much.
Yeah. I mean
Like it's
it's
good if you
because
want
it
like a
has
prestige
stacks.
class for like going in like for druid and whatnot. But like +3 bonus on damage on using natural weapons is pretty nasty.
It is pretty sick
Trying to look.
nasty.
Trying to look. Fast healing one's pretty cool, but that's like you could go into another class that has way better than that.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of what I'm saying. It's good to combo off if you're like, well, fuck druid casting. I want to be the warrior of nature. And you're like freaking out over it and stuff. I think I could see definitely a case to do it. But like, I also just kind of don't at a certain point because. Yeah.
Like I would dip into this class just for the claws of the grizzly, because +3 bonus, like I think that you can just stack that on anything. So I'm like, okay, pretty cool. Pretty cool. I do not understand people who want to do a 5-level dip in this class, however. I don't believe
Yeah.
it's that worth.
It's really just not very worth to PH, I ain't gonna lie. I just really don't see.
My advice is please just do War Shaper instead.
Well, that's assuming you can. You can't always do that, but yeah.
Well,
I'm
you need the Wild
speedrunning
Shape
grabbing
ability for
shit.
this class. And so War Shaper, you only really need like 1 second actually. War Shaper, same base attack bonus, and you qualify with it already because Wild Shape counts for qualification. So like it's kind of just like a why not? You get more bang for your buck, and it's not well, any neutral I guess doesn't really fucking matter because you need to be neutral for Druid.
Like, it's also the speedrun that I just did. Ravager, not very good. Fear based, kind of just an NPC so thing once again where you send that guy after the party to be a kind of cool guy. Rage Mage, very fun, hypothetically, in theory. Uh Purple Dragon Knight or Order of the Bow Initiate, a very D tiered, like once again, kind of just NPC guy who like a lot of them just aren't very good. They're not classes that you think people are gonna be like, I really want to be this guy, you know. Occult Slayer, one of the few martials that actually hard counters mages. Considering mages are your S tiers, this is easily boosting you a lot of the time to be comparable, but it's not doing enough to make up the difference. You're becoming a counter to an S tier, so you're becoming a like rogue build sort of deal. Reaping Mauler. We were close, chat. We were close. The problem, it doesn't let you continue multi-classing into Monk once you get into it, which means fundamentally it's useless. Really cool in theory if you want to have like a cohort who's like, oh yeah, I'm tiny, I'm gonna grapple you. Easily cheesable, but like... I wish, man. The Blackguard of Samurai Ronin. Very thematic. I would send one of these against a party. Very fun. You know, I'm gonna even put in C tier because it's that fun, I think. I think a lot of people underestimate it. The problem... It's not worth it. So, like, yeah, bottom of C tier. I can't. Monk's way better than in every way. I have to... I can't. It has to go to D. It's like, I can't be that disingenuous, because, like, the more I go, you know, this is pretty good. Yeah. Spell Sword, worthless. Another one of those build ones that gives you stuff, but, like, the reason why Spell Sword sucks balls is because there's just Rune Crafter at a certain point, and Rune Crafter is just, like, all the rune ones from Ratios of Stone are just better. Like, it's okay, you can have a tower shield, hypothetically, but you lose 9th levels. So, like, I'll put it in C tier, but, like, because I could see it being cool and people bringing it to the table and being like, yeah, hey, this is pretty good, and look, I'm channeling 2 spells at once. I can do this with something crazy, but I just don't think it's that amazing at a certain point. Stone Lord... Yeah, I don't know. You're made of stone, bro. It also stops spell casting if you had spell casting to give you spell-like abilities made of stone. I wish, bro. Earthquake are always nice, but, like, you're not a caster. You're only cast level 10, functionally. Tattoo Monk. God, it's one of my favorites. I love it. But, unfortunately, it's not very good. You'd have to get, like, double the tattoos in order to actually... Well... Yeah, you'd have to add... Because you get 5. I think you would dead-ass need, like... You'd need a lot to make it work, unfortunately. You'd need, like, some greater tattoo or something. Like, I think if it had the 5 tattoos, then at 10th level you got greater tattoo of the crown jewel. Or, like, you know, at, 6th level or something, you got, like, animate tattoo that had, like, an activated tap the ability to make it better. Or whatever, or some of them actually, like, summon stuff. I think that could be pretty cool. But, like, as is, it's just kind of... It has supplementary material and some homebrew stuff that's pretty good, but as much as I like it, I had to put in D tier. A Knight of Thay. You want to be an evil-ass knight for your evil-ass wizard? Sure, man. He has some pretty cool buffs, too. But like I said, you're probably gonna hire a guy. This is like a very, very thematic class. I'll put it in C because it is actually kind of worth it at that point because you could get a cohort if you're going Red Wizard. If you're like, I see no reason not to, it fits my build quite well. Then you could get an ally who is a Feyan Knight or something like that as their primary class, like a cohort. And then it'd be really, really thematic, really, really cool for that. I think that'd be very, very nice. Yeah. You want to be a bard, but you didn't take bard levels? War Chanter. Like, cause the thing is, I think I am kind of harsh in a lot of ways where it's like, I think there are situations where, like, because you have to take a bard level here, so it helps you to combine things slightly better, but, like, a lot of times it doesn't feel worth it for characters. You know, if you want to do something, you can just take, like, a 1-level dip and not super worry about it at a certain point. So, like, yeah, it just doesn't feel worth it a lot of the time. Where it's like, oh yeah, here's something you can do. It's a nice option. I like having that option, but I think a lot of the times it's just not very worthwhile. War Shaper, A tier. 1-level dip, become immune to crits, cool. Morphic Weapon, OP. All 5 levels into it with Savant, you get a cool trip build. You can do silly Battle Trickster with it. It's just really versatile and really good, unfortunately. It's not S tier, just simply because it's kind of boring. It's 5 levels. It's... You expect it at a certain point to be real, but, like, it's very powerful. Everyone will tell you that, so yeah. Ebon Mare Infiltrator. Like, yeah, I don't know, man. It's not very... Like, it's not bad. It's at least realizes you can get like one of any 2 bad feats to get into it. So it's like not that bad. I could see someone using this class. Like I could see a player playing it despite being like, this is kind of interesting. Like I could see it, definitely. I don't think it's that worth though. Another Pyromaniac class. Wow. Not really. It's kind of like a weird, just evil guy class in general. Crimson Scourge, like, among the evil fucked up slavers, it's not the best. And among the pyromaniacs, it's also not the best. It's really just like the lackluster. You're the lackey. You don't want to be the lackey. When you're running a posse of men with whips, you don't want to be the guy with the smallest whip.
What the fuck?
You can't say I'm wrong.
True, true.
Urban Savant. Pretty cool. You know, there's not really a reason to go 10 levels, but it's very funny because you can just have, if your DM wants to throw at you a like mid-level caster who can secretly see through to the true you, this is a good class for that. And there's a reason for players to actually play it for a similar reason of at level 10 of this class you can see the true nature of any creature. Meaning no matter how good that disguise is, you can bust it and learn at least a little bit about them. And this plus Mind Sight is one of the craziest things you can do. And you also get eyes all over the city, and you only lose one level of casting. You don't really even have to lose one level of casting. Yeah, you're a bard. That's the part that kind of sucks. Bard knowledge class feature. But you can also, at the DM's discretion, be replaced with 2 ranks of knowledge history. So, like, they keep nerfing its restrictions. So it's either really hard to get into or really easy to get into. Hard to say. Beast Heart Adept. And I actually think it's pretty cool. You can do some silly stuff with this. I think you have... Your friends are gonna like you. And that's what we care about. That your friends like you. You're a literal weirdo. Yeah, sure, probably. But, like... You get a lot of good buffs pretty early in. It's not that hard to get into, too, because you need animal affinity, and you need to spend 1 week living in a dungeon complex. And so you can get into this at, like, 4th level. Which means getting a monster's companion at level 1, like, level 5. It's pretty crazy. Like, that's pretty good. Because that's, like, an animal companion significantly higher than what you're supposed to get at that level. Like, on Iron Option. You also get the bonus hit die growth really, really rapidly. Your familiar gets improved invasion. Then at 10th level of this class, all of your class features pretty much function for your whole team. Which means, like, yeah, no, that's pretty good. Like, not only are your friends gonna like you, you're bringing along a big, beefy friend early on, too. Dungeon Lord? If you have a house, right? If you really like building strongholds like me, this could be really funny. I could see some really silly combos pulling off with this, like a mobile tower and being a dungeon lord, but it's really not that good. Yeah. You also lose all spell casting from it, so it sucks too. You also have to be like a goblin or an undead. But it's pretty fun as far as like prestige classes go, huh? Trapsmith, what Chrono's being, honestly pretty OP. Like, it's pretty good. Especially if you fuse Trapsmith and Combat Trapsmith, you can actually get into like a really good trap build. Because you can end up having like 11 traps. The ability to buff them, setting them up as full turn actions, throwing out flashbangs, and like you also get a lot of good spells early, and it's not that hard to get into this class. You can get in at level 5. And the thing is, you get your first level spells are all 3rd level spells, pretty much. You're getting spells earlier. Spell list is really limited. If your DM works with you, pretty good too. I think it's really underrated, unironically. The problem is it falls off really hard at some point. Like, if you take it immediately, it goes into like B tier clearly, but like later on, it can unironically get into like D tier. So like I think the easiest answer is just even it out as C. Do you want to ride a tremor from the movie Tremors? Wormfriender.
Wormfriender?
Yeah. Ashworm
What?
Dragoon. You ride the
Ah,
worms.
that worm. Yeah.
Like it's probably D, but like I honestly I don't care. I like it. It's very silly. I'm gonna. One second. Lord of Tides. Oh wow, that's really big. I'm so glad that it's that big. I think Lord of Tides is like what Haida gave Gargura when he made her in D&D. And I hate to do this to the shark, but like I honestly just don't think it's very good. Like the thing is someone was talking about it once and it was like I honestly don't like planning builds beyond like 3 levels higher than what you are is what they said. Because what if your DM randomly gives you this super cool item, which is like the Harpoon of Tides, and now you have access to like all the powers that Lord of Tides would have granted you. And now you're like, oh, I was planning on going into that. I actually quite like the sound of it, and now all of a sudden that's useless because, well, you kind of are that, but without being that. And yeah. Sand Shaper. I hate how you lose 2 levels. If you lost only 1 level of casting, unironically, I would love it. There's a lot of cool stuff you could do with it, but it's just not as good as Walker in the Waste. And you can't get both. And why would you not want to become a Dry Lich? You can become a non-evil Lich, essentially. Oh, why does it keep opening? Shaping Sand is really good, though, and I like it. I think it's C tier, honestly. Hmm. Very flavorful. Scion of Temet. Tem et Nu. It's very flavorful, very cool. No, it's also like finding rivers in the desert, though. So, you could save the world if you're in a river. It's another D because it's like the counterplay again. It's like sure these sacrifices mean nothing to you if it's the counterplay. If you're playing through like a sandstorm campaign and it's like We need the river to come back. You could be like, ah, I shall be the guardian of the river, and the 5 sessions that you're walking the river into the town and whatever, you're gonna feel like a god, because functionally you are, but like, eh. Okay. Being poison, having scorpion tail, being sneak attacker, scorpion heriter. Once again, it's cool, but it's things that fall off really hard. Poison is bad, sneak attack is bad. It's just rough. And then it's also like, your saliva becomes venomous, you spit on your sword. You get free poison. You become immune to all poisons, but only from scorpions. Okay, cool, man, thanks. Now then, Walker in the Waste. You lose 2 caster levels. That sucks. But luckily, you can make salt mummies and become a lich. And you don't have to be evil either. You have to be not good. You can be neutral. And you're a lich. Ethical lichdom. The thing is, you also don't have to feed souls to your phylactery because your phylactery is just your organs. A little bit of life force, all you need. Ethical lichdom in a bottle. B tier. Arachnomancer. Silly spider guy. The fact you have to be evil and have Vermin Fiend, and it's kind of like pretty clearly drow coded. Uh, you know, you lose 3 caster levels. You can turn into a giant spider. That's cool. It's an arcane casting class though, so like you get 8. It's only 8 levels. Like I can't complain. Let's see. Cave Stalker. Yeah, it's from literally Drow of the Underdark, so it can't be too crazy. In fact, let's just get all of these, because unironically, I'm willing to put almost every single solitary one of these into... One second. Yeah, I think I put all of it. Unironically, I think every Drow of the Underdark sub, like, prestige class at the C tier. Really good book for items, really good book for feats. Demon Binder, you can break it in some ways, but it's like, kind of fitty-fitty. You know what I might do unironically? I might finish this one, because I know a lot of people are saying, I want to watch this. So I think what I might do is I might do all the ones on just Ultimate SRD, and then try to find a better way to do it for next time and do a part 2. That way it's still an endurance challenge, but it's also not... like, other people can watch it still if they want to. So anything Insidious... Yeah, it's just all, Kin's Killer is kind of cool. Like, if once again, it's a hard counter class, I could move it to B tier, because you get both Rage and Smite. with a single prestige class. But unironically, all of these are C tier. Drow the Underdark is, like I said, just a very... all of it's Drow coded. They're better than the average one because they gave you hard Drow coded things like prestige classes rather than like the one they usually give. Because in most books they will give you lore about a race, then they'll give you like one prestige class or something. They give you like 5, but it's also they're also higher quality than the average one of them. But they're also like, eh. Everyone point and laugh at Jester. She forgot how wild shape worked.
Man, do not put me on blast.
Among the weird counter classes, C is you know, Hellbreaker's pretty cool because you can just steal people from hell. Hellfire Warlock. Look, man. I said, really good. Worship an evil god who's in hell, or like who's evil but lawful. Go Hellfire and Eldritch. Really good. Only a 3 dip too, so unfortunately it's incredibly versatile. It's the only real reason to go Warlock in a lot of situations, so I think A, you know, A tier. And I can kill us with the cross. Yeah, Hell Reaver. Killer with the cross. You know, how do we go? Easy to get into. Really not bad. Solid C tier martial, actually. You know, I really think that the Fiendish Codex 2 had a lot of actually pretty good. Pretty good ones. I don't think Soul Guard is very good, though. It's unfortunately. Look at this man. Putting his hand upon the woman's head as she literally goes to hell or whatever. Like, I think among them it's just not very, like, it's super divine rebuke. We're doing this already to save me time later so that I don't spend that much time. All the thralls are also C tier. All the thralls, because the thing is, they don't work in a lot of campaign settings because that creature doesn't exist. Many of them need changed if that's the case. So it's really up to a thing where it's like, once again, I could rank them, but I just really don't see a point in doing so at a certain point. Anointed Knight. Once upon a time, I'd have wanted to play one. It is the goodiest of 2 shoes. And honestly, it gives you an excuse to get an Ancestral Relic, and it's really good. super just build specific, but I think it's a decent B tier. Apostle of Peace. I mean, like, yeah. I would think this one's not loading for me, so, fuck me, but I think this one is an S tier. I think this is the one that's essentially Priest, but good. It requires you taking Vow of Poverty and, like, Vow of Non-Violence, and it's a major playstyle killer for a lot of people, but it's also, if you're doing it, it's cool. It's cool, it's really powerful. Very good. I don't know what else to tell you, man. It feels really kind of like Cheeks, but I think dead ass most of the. This comes down to the problem, right? All the books of Exalted from this point on aren't loading. That's not good. Huh. Yeah, okay. A second. Okay, plan, okay. Okay, we're placeholdering this. This will be in part 2 / whatever. We'll do whatever. Book of Exalted Deeds. A lot of these. Okay, so this is what we're gonna do. The unique one, we're gonna do this. We're gonna do this because most of these aren't coming, unfortunately. So yeah, Book of Exalted Deeds, we're gonna put in the literally a weirdo because a lot of them. Okay. So this is mostly placeholder. All the other ones are loading right now, which is fine. Okay, so I'm good with that. But the problem I'm having at this very second is specifically that one is not loading for me, and I'd have to get that book, and I don't have that one on hand. It's not one of the ones I prepped because it's on the Ultimate SRD list. But right now, none of those are loading for me. Most of them, I will explain most of them though. Most of them are you have an Exalted feat and are another class. At that point, a lot of these boil down to the same shtick, where they're better, but they have a major play killer. So it really comes down to, if that is the case, those ones go right around the same place as their base class, and the ones that are totally wholly unique go generally in C or above. They're generally pretty good. And then there's like 2 that are in F tier. So like, whatever. The Diamond Dragon. Once again, I feel like it's just kind of wasteful. It's the other class, but instead of Sorcerer, it's Manifester. And if you're doing everything, it's just not worth it. A lot of the I want to be a dragon classes just aren't worth it. Like, it's like the sad thing is, in this version of the game, right? You actually just have the ability to be a dragon. Hmm. Dragon Descendant seems kind of neat, but like I don't know. It makes my imagination go at least, so I think like it's a C tier maybe. The thing is, it's like it has a lot of requirements, and then you're like a dragon monk, which is like pretty neat, but it's not that good. Dragon Lord. Yeah, okay, it's just worse than the other one we did previously. It has dragon auras, but not as good as the other guy. It's just it's a prestige class instead of a normal class. Like I said, I like those options because it lets you customize your character more. But like in terms of good and imagination-y, eh. Hand of the Winged Masters. The dragon touches you and then you turn into a rogue. Pretty cool. You know where it's going because it's at least they didn't totally cuck this guy, but he's like kinda there. You have special attack. Unfortunately, it doesn't do any of the cool ones. Doesn't raise them, so Backbound Adept. This one kind of seems cool. I would love to have an NPC running around being like, I want to go make a pact with the dragons, but I need adventurers, and trying to convince the dragon, like the dragon dot skilly adventurers and vice versa. And like having some sort of loosey goosey piece where like you have to run around the dragon nest, not only survive and like sometimes fight them to like submission or whatever. I think that'd be pretty cool. I think it'd be very fun as an NPC class. But I don't necessarily think that much of a PC unless your DM's working with you. It's a 5-level class though, so it's pretty strong comparatively, even though it's not very good. So okay. Swiftwing actually pretty strong because the thing is, it grants you flyby attack at 10th level and an additional bonus feat, and that on its own is pretty strong. And it doesn't take your 9th level spells. You only lose 2 levels from this. You get Dragon Domain as well, so you get a bonus domain, and you get Breath of Life. I'm putting it B tier. Very good, very good. Worm Wizard, also very powerful. The other B tier. We have about like 50 more to go. That's not too bad. Bonded Summoner, not as good as other summoners. You're always choosing to be second best. Why would you do that to yourself, bro? Dragon Samurai, you're in the wrong book. But pretty damn good. I ain't gonna lie, it's pretty cool. Especially because you get, like, Elemental Weapon, which is actually pretty effective, and Dragon Breath, and Dragon Ride. And your, like, clan is friends with dragons, so it's a very good excuse to just get the dragon cohort of other classes, or of the feat of similar name, and then you can just fly around and have cool stuff. You also get blind fight at a certain time, which is pretty good. Energy resistance of 20. Depends on which one you have, but yeah. Havoc Mage, I mean, you know. They ite. Pretty okay. I think they're like a pretty bad one, I ain't gonna lie. They're easy enough to get into, and they have some like I swing my sword and cast fireball. Skull Clan Hunter, if you want to be a rogue and you got really fed up of everything being immune to your sneak attack, I think it's a good C tier, because the thing is, it actually does have some pretty useful abilities outside of just hating undead. So as far as hatred goes, but it's also hatred towards the most used and abundant enemy type in game. So, and all the other ones was like, it depends on the campaign setting. You're never not gonna fight an undead your whole campaign. Everyone's gonna fight an undead something. I guarantee it. It's very, very rare. You have a necromancer in your party? Oh, he failed to control an undead one day. So you have to kill it. So on and so forth. I mean, hell, Neverwinter, you know, end thing is all undead. You know, secondarily, you are raiding a tomb. Oh no, Mummy Lord, so on and so forth. You're always going to fight at least one or two. And it has some useful abilities outside of that. So as far as all the hate classes go, hate towards the most used enemy, it might as well not be a hate class. Tactical Soldier? Eh. Delayed Cleave is kind of cool. It gives you some interesting things. Interpose is also pretty cool. Sidestep occasionally is pretty cool. But, like, you know, it's just not the... I just feel like you're gonna struggle if you play this class. Like, I just don't think it's gonna be that good in the end. Warhawk, on the other hand. Warhawk, Waker of the Beast is crazy. Warhawk, period, is kind of crazy. Like, it's a very strong martial, as far as martials go. Easy C tier, high C tier, if not B tier. The only thing is, I think it is very good, no matter where you end in it. Warhawk is just insane. Because, like, the thing is, your strength just increases by, like, 20 by the time you're done with it. So, like I said, if you're any other class, like, it's not... Even if you stop, like, 5 levels in, your strength's huge. You're huge, dude. It's the inevitability of this class that, like, you're just going to be powerful. And sure, it's not the best in the world. It's really not. But, like, it has a lot of decent abilities in it. And you have to respect it. or they get you. War Chief, very similar, easy to get into. Crazy stat boosts, but stat boosts aren't the end, but you can just get in pretty easy, and you can get to like level 8 for some devoted bodyguards. Whenever they take a hint, he may roll a DC 15 reflex save to have the attack affect an adjacent tribe member instead. Everyone, you want to join my tribe? Sure. Dodge, dodge, dodge. 2 good saves, decent BAB. I think it's very similarly, if you go all 10, Tribal Frenzy, you get a +2, or you grant an enhancement bonus to strength score of the affected ally. Not yourself, but like you can just buff them pretty good. So like that's pretty nice. You can just buff your friends. Up to like +10 strength, and then you yourself gain like 6 charisma from being in this. It's not the best, but like it's definitely tolerable. It's in the C tier for sure. I think it's definitely way worse than Warhawk, but like someone has to be the leader. Okay, Bloodclaw Master is like one of the crazy ones. Like I said, hit the Kukri, dude. The Kukri plus like there's so many combos you can do for crit. Crit, Kukri, knife, doom of attack, everything. And this is like a pinnacle for it. You know, get 3 Tiger Marshals, not even that hard. You don't even have to be in a class that gives you Tiger Marshals for that. And it gets pretty good. It essentially gives you a rend functionally too. I'm gonna put it in C. Like, I don't know, it's pretty B tier, but like, there's a lot of awesome in it. Nah, like I have to. It's like low B tier. It's very strong. Bloodstorm Blade, similar thing. Crit build, go crazy. Blade Storm, go crazy. I don't think Deepstone is as good, but it can end up scaling really well with other prestige classes. I don't think it's as good as the other ones though. Most of the others have like crazy combos and scale off themselves pretty effectively. I think this one's kind of in like the middle tier, like definitely a C tier. I think the sword magics, the martial stances and things are just very good in general. Eternal Blade, we've all seen Quora from Frostburns. I mean, like, takes you forever to get into it, which kind of makes it not worth it at certain points, but like, Eternal Blade is so good. The other thing is that, you know, you have to be an elf, though, which means if your DM's not working with you and isn't being super kind, it kind of is hard to get into and suffers from the elf problem. So I think like C is a reasonable thing. If it was not elf exclusive and it didn't have like, because it's also kind of easier to get into at the same time, but it's like harder. It's very odd. Okay, this is gonna be pretty contentious as well, but I have to put Jade Phoenix Mage and Esther. There's so many busted things you can do, especially with the explode yourself in order to the Emerald Immolation at the end. Explode thine self in order to do big damage. To do 20d6, instantly banish people. Half of it is untyped damage, so it's harder to resist. Then come back later. You're dazed for one turn, but you also are healed of all damages and most of everything else. Also counts as a 9th level spell, Quicken Strike. There's you get a lot of really good things from it, and the thing is, body outside of body. You can't cast spells. Wu Jin Jade Phoenix is crazy. Wizard Jade Phoenix means you're an S tier caster and can easily cheese to become a really great pyromancer. When I say other pyromancers are better, I really mean this. Because you're getting sword maneuvers, you're getting stances, you're getting access to stances that increase your effective caster level for the purposes of casting fire-based spells. Wu Jin, you do body outside body. You make copies of yourself. The copies can all use Emerald Immolation. Insane. You will become a great pyromancer. I think it is one of the most underrated classes ever, unironically. Master of the Nine, pretty good. I mean, there's been things saying, how do I make this work? How do I cheese this? How is it pretty good? I think it's just very good in general, though. I think you don't really even need to crack it in order for it to be effective. You always have something to do, this gives you better access to sword casting. How ironic is it that martial casting is just effectively the way to fix martial classes? As I said, the Phoenix thing is crazy, unironically. You only lose 2 cast levels, so with the tiniest smidgen of cheese, you don't even lose 9th level spellcasting. And you get these crazy, ridiculous abilities in exchange. Ruby Knight Vindicator. Similar in nature, but not as good, unfortunately. It also means you have to be... Usually, the Wee Joss classes are very, very powerful. I'm kind of disappointed in this one. I think... I think it's just not as good as the others comparatively. Probably it's a solid B tier, because you don't lose Divine Casting 9 times out of 10. But it's just so all over the place. You need Devoted Spirit Stance, you need Hide, you need to Worship Ouijas, you need Turn Undead. You get Armored Stealth, so you're a little bit of everywhere, all over the place. And I think it does it well enough to be in B tier, but I don't know. I think it's just not very inspired in comparison to the others. They all kind of have these things they're doing and have builds that they fit into cleanly, where you're like, oh yeah, I'm crazy on the crit. I can do 1,000,000 attacks. I am focusing on my martial stances, so I've become a master of the 9, and by 9 I actually mean 6, but same difference. So on and so forth, Shadow Sun Ninja. I wish it was cooler, man. It's a similar situation. It's good enough. You also get 9th level ish spell effects, but they're not as crazy as the Uber Beam of Doom. They just guarantee that your light spell or your dark spell overpowers other people's lights or dark spells, which can be helpful, but not often. Now, Arachnomancer again. There are things that make this one better than the other one, and things that make it worse than the other one. I really think it just goes into the same position as the other Arachnomancer. The fact there's two, you know, weird it happened twice. Won't be the first time we see that, won't be the last time we see that. Maybe it will be the last time today, anyways. Cave Lord. Like, I don't know. I don't think it's very good, personally. I think, like, if you're, you know, this is the type of guy, you hire a Cave Lord when you're going into the Underdark. You know, this is your NPC class, if I've ever seen one. Oh my god. I hate when it does that. Okay. This is your guide, your temporary cohort, your compatriot, who will take you into the Doom dimension. Deep Diviner. The guy we needed. This is the man. I unironically was planning on trying to hire one of these in Frostburn before all the shenanigan and chicanery. This was the plan for the deeper dark, where divination doesn't work effectively and teleportation and things doesn't work. I had 3 plans on how to go safely. Get a deep diviner. Get a rope, like an infinite rope. That actually would be a chain, you know, like the chain from Jujutsu Kaisen, where like one side, so long as it's hidden, the other one will grow, and have the tower cast hardness on it. So it'd be like a lit up torch that we could all tie to ourselves. Tie to the tower. Keep the deep diviner on us. And the secret third plan is a third secret plan in case it comes back. Ooh, we'll see. Who knows? Who knows? Perchance. Perchance not. We shall see. It's not A tier though. It's like it's another hate class where you get a very specific. You're good at divining, but only for stone nodes. Now here's the problem. Stone nodes really OP. Hypothetically, now this is a crazy part. Hypothetically, you can just get 4 free 9th level spells. And you get locate node at level 1. And you can recharge nodes at level 6. And you get other benefits like the ability to cast Wall of Stone, Speak with Stone, summon Earth Elemental, Mantle of Earth, where you become a greater Earth Elemental. So it's like one of those weird kind of hate classes where it's like, but like the person you hate's your DM. You're like, rather than an enemy type, you're like, actually, I always know my way in the Underdark. I can talk to it. I am the Underdark. And so it's like, yeah. I even had to put a thing in the locate stone. You can't always, with certainty, find the stone nodes or the stones that you want. Some rare minerals, uh, block it, actually. Honestly, I think we have too much drow support in 3.5. I would prefer any other class, like race, get 80 billion prestige classes, especially with how ruined they are in 5e. The reason you'd like them a lot of the times is kind of gone in 5e, honestly, with all the things they've done recently. And so, like, I like how we got, you know, all Lithid and whatever from the Underdark, but, like, I really definitely do think that we didn't need, like, 2 more Drows. A Lithid Body Tamer is actually pretty cool. I really like the Lithid classes where there's, like, different things, where there's, like, This is clearly Arcanist. This is clearly Psionic. This is clearly Fighter. And so, like, these guys are actually really, really neat. I respect it. They're part of the Tamer Creed. I also like how it's like, they'll abandon their creed if it's in their best interest to survive. They'll use plane shift or their psionic abilities or whatever, just like atone for it later, honestly. They like living. The Imiskar. Yeah, the Imiskar Vengeance Taker is definitely the Imiskar Vengeance Taker, man. I feel like it's just an alternative to Assassin, but it's a worse alternative to Assassin. There's another hate class, but you get to choose who you hate. Now the Koatoa. Exactly who he needed. I think the Inquisitor kind of sucks. I think it's not as good. I think the Adhesive is already as bullshit overpowered as it's gonna get. You don't need more of it. It's cool they can have that. It's really cool for monsters though. Now, Prime Underdark Guide. Once again, you hire someone. Maybe someone wants to be this. You get extra languages, which seems kind of redundant, because who in the Underdark actually wants to talk to your sorry ass? I don't like it too much, to be honest. I think it's kind of irrelevant. Danger warning is kind of cool. Aid other nearby and aid group is pretty effective, but like everything else is just something you can get from another class. If you're a bard, bardic knowledge is just better than underdark knowledge, etc., etc. See Mother Whip, this is the one. The Koatoa. I love the Koatoa. I hate this part of this one, but it's fine. It's beautiful. We shall worship Blibaduluplup. The goddess of the Koatoa. You must be a Koatoa. You gain the ability to punish the infidels and the watery death prestige domain. Anything that gives you a domain full casting an independent infinite lightning bolt is pretty good. They no longer need to join hands together and sing Kumbaya to fire lightning bolts of doom. They now can just do it themselves every 2d4 rounds. 5d6 lightning bolt, nothing to scoff at. Especially because it scales off of your level and wisdom mod. So it's actually higher than the average lightning bolt, even though it's only half the caster level. You can also just cast Doom. What do you mean, Doom? They also bolster Lightning Bolt if they do join hands and sing Kumbaya, which means two of these guys touching each other and singing Kumbaya. One casts Doom, then they sing their song, then they fire an evil lightning bolt of evil and dread. It's pretty good. I also can cast Aid on their friends. So I said, two of these guys just dancing around. Pretty cool. If you actually have like a Koatoa in your party, unlikely, sure, but they can also just be neutral. I mean, you really don't, sure, you can be chaotic evil, neutral evil, chaotic evil, or true neutral. So like, there's no reason not to be true neutral at a certain point. If you are one. Shadowcrafter, it should have been a Shadow Prestige class. It should have had something Like I said, I wish we had more splat books or occasional books that referenced other books more, but sadly, we don't. They cared too much about the consumer to some extent, where they would republish things, and they would also grant you things like, you know, unique-ish things like this. But it's kind of rough because, like I said, it's a shadow coded class. Like it's pretty effective, and it can be pretty good. Like because it can make it so you can get up to 100% shadow evocation in theory, right? That's great, but it's also like if this class was available for other things and hit some tome of magic things, or had an errata that allowed it to do so better, I think it would also be better. Vermin Keeper. One of the many things you need Iron Will for. Time to go to the Odayug tunnels. The Odayug hole, some might say. But it also lets you turn into tiny little vermin, which is pretty fun. It also lets you turn into huge and fine vermin, which is pretty fun. You can also handle vermin, and vermin companion. I actually think the vermin are pretty effective. I think it can be a B tier class, but I think on average it's a C tier. A lot of them are C tier. Mayana, how do we go? The Yachol Web Rider. Unlike many of the other spidery races, I actually think it's pretty good. And by pretty good, because you can get Web Blast, but you don't get any of the, you don't get any, like, you don't get anything, really. It's, like, it's weird because it's really functional for what it does. Web Hide, Web Ride lets you summon gargantuan spiders, fire Blast of Web, go 1,000 feet, but it's really niche. Really, really niche. It would go right in between the D and C tier like many of these other classes would. Okay. Everything else is in the, Everything else is in the Dragon magazine. At this point. Perhaps this is where we end for tonight. And part 2 will be all the third-party content / in-house third-party content that 3.5 had, such as we did Dragonlance, but we didn't do Dark Sun, so on and so forth. So I think, because this is 300. We also didn't do the NPC classes. So the other one would be 300, pretty much split down the middle. So let me change the description real quick. There will be a part 2 for all third-party canon content, and to be broken up to watch better. Tier list on Discord. There you go, all caps lock. Okay. Well, that's it for me for tonight. I hope you all enjoyed the 7-hour stream. This is actually every pretty much official mainline book, class and prestige class, handled. We're missing a couple, like the Book of Vile Darkness and things like that, but also that's arguably 3E, isn't it? And then it got updated to a certain point. So this is all the books that are published under the 3E label that was not an update or a We're missing like 1 or 2. But well, like I said, we'll do Dragonlance, we'll do Dark Sun, we'll do Mongoose Publishing, we'll do Dungeon magazines, and Dragon magazines. Next time around, we'll also do the peasant classes. Cause yeah, we did the like 200 odd plus whatever. So yeah, 300 now, 300 later. I'll count it. This is a half win, a half lose. Once I complete the other one, I will. Probably next week, I'll call her and be like, yeah, challenge done. But, bye-bye. I'll see you around, guys. Hopefully, like and subscribe and stuff. Ah.